said this, I don't stay around people. Finding my own path like I'm writing my own sequel. Two-faced people all around, they be evil. 2021, you can never trust nobody. Good and bad thoughts on my mind, they be crowded. Wish a nigga pass his limits, then he see he bought it. Family work hard, but I never guess I'm found it. Came a long way, in my dream now I be drowning. Niggas stay dying, I got some hearts pounded. Multi-talented, my passion I haven't found it. Yeah, in my home, I was never successful, I feel. All the memories come flooding back, hit different. I've changed a lot, friends list got thinner. Ain't tripping about enemies, true ones stay hidden. He was lurking, so we made sure he went missing. Told the fakers to leave, but they wouldn't listen, they faulty. Now they gotta watch me glisten, they ain't silent. Like some snakes, they stay hissing. Spreading words and rumors, they gon' keep dissing.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to each and every one, for wherever you are. The time zone is, I know it's different across the world, but today is a day of celebration, and a day of a lot of news been going on for the last week or so. And some is disappointed, some, it's really good news. And, with Chelsea Football Club, we never know what's going to happen. Jersey going to join me in a short moment, but I'm just here, to thank each and every one that's always here. One of my biggest supporter, let me pull him up right here, is Rich Money Maker, to be quite honest. And I'm gonna get to all your questions today, Rich Money Maker, but I just want to hear to say, you're the first one in the building to tell you thank you, for always supporting, always be here when we're doing the shows. Doesn't matter how long it is, even if you fall asleep, you wake back up and join back the stream. And I really appreciate for each and every one that's here all the time. The notorious Tash from day one, Rich Money Maker, my family, friends, Coach Chilla, that always, Chelsea Perspective, that always, supporting me and helping me to grow and teach me a lot, even if I'm Tobago, even if I can Eddie, even if I can join you guys stream, I've always been listening, and I really appreciate each and every one. Jersey, the men, cannot leave him out. Like one of my biggest supporters, and Ty, Marin, name it, Sir Bobby, DJ, not my son DJ, but DJ, and Dante, not my son Dante, but Dante, all over there in Australia. And I really appreciate each and every one that's always come in and tune in. And for those that I don't call your name, your contribution, to this channel, don't go unnoticed, to be quite honest. I really appreciate it each and every time. I hit right now, my channel is growing, magnificent, because of all of you guys, monetize. Right now I'm waiting. They said I have to wait, but it's in the process of monetize. So, it's coming from all of you guys for me to reach a platform. I just, I know Jersey, I told you I was going to start in probably 8 minutes time, but I just need this little moment, of Thanksgiving, to each and every person that support, and showing their love. And I really, really appreciate it. All these times, these long shows that we spend together, like sometimes 5 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, it's worth the time, to be quite honest. Here each and every week talking the beautiful game with you guys, and go deep into Chelsea and other news wherever we can find, and that to show you, how football bring each and every person together. And that's one of the greatest thing about this beautiful game. It brings and it unites the whole entire world, because who would imagine, I wouldn't imagine I would have been having, supporters all right across the world: Australia, England, Scotland, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, name it, Jamaica, my birth country, the United States, like from all over. The support and the love is it's there, and I really appreciate it. I just can't thank you guys enough. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I just want to say thank you guys, and I really, really, really appreciate it. You know, and I'm sending out my love and to each and every person out there. Because each one teach one, and we grow together. No man is an island. You always need someone to lean on, one way or another in life. None of us is an island, and no man can stand alone. You're gonna always need someone or a shoulder to lean on. So my message to each and every person out there, if you're selfish, stop being selfish and being unselfish. Because one day or another, you're gonna need a shoulder to lean on. You're gonna need someone to guide you. You're gonna need someone to give you some words of wisdom on one way or another in your life. And that's where we build community, so we can grow together. We can teach each other. And no man is perfect. We have to remember that. Like, we all make mistakes in life. No one at all is perfect. So when you make mistake, you have to gradually sit back and relax and know that you make a mistake and see how you can learn from it. When you make your mistake and you learn from it, that's only gonna let you grow stronger. Because none of us is perfect. Always accept flaws, and work on it. Because if you make a mistake today and you correct it today or tomorrow, that's only gonna make you be wiser. And that would even help you to gradually grow, as a better person in life. And that's what the world need. We all need a helping hand, a strong hand, a strong bond. We all need something in life. So it's not only about football. We know we're going to talk about football because that's what brings us together. But in life, we have to walk together. We have to talk together. We have to hold each other hand. We have to support each other. Each one teach one, and that's one of my main thoughts. Each one teach one. So that's something that go a long way for me. Respect is something that I take very seriously, because I want to give respect, and I look back for it respect, because it goes a long way. So respect is a thing where it go a far way. Sometimes it takes you through life, because you never know. There can be someone out there watching that have whatever you need, and just because you don't got respect, you didn't get it. And just because you have respect, you end up get your dream, right, it's right there in front of you. So respect goes a far way. So we just have to make sure we respect each other. Keep it real. If you see someone making a mistake, don't be afraid to walk up and correct them. And don't be afraid to talk to somebody and tell them how you feel, or tell them how much you care, because life is too short for us not to be respecting each other, and not to be looking out for each other, because you can hear today and tomorrow you're gone. That's a thing that's some principle that I take in life, because none of us know what the outcome, and we all want to set a legacy. It's how you live on this earth. You will be remembered of. I want to be remembered as a person that try to do good, or try to at least give a word of encouragement to try to help someone in life. I don't want to just be here on the earth just to be here on the earth. I want to be involved. I want to see how I can help. None of us can fix the world, because we got too many different culture. But football is a thing that bring us together, and we can talk. So hopefully someone can take some of these positivity and bring it to their culture, or bring it to somewhere else where they can where you can at least uplift someone in your zone, and they can take it and bring it to somewhere else. And that's the only way we can live a positivity across this world, because this world is sometimes it's really devastated for some stuff that really happened across the world. Watching the Euros, and I don't want to get into it, but Jersey's joining us right here now. Let me head him to the stream. Yeah, I was watching the Euros, and I was disappointed with those Switzerland fans. No, not Switzerland. Sorry, where they threw the guy off the train because he got different colors. And for me, like, those things are unacceptable. But we're only here to talk about football because we don't give those things highlight. Because once you highlight negativity, that's what runs. So we're not gonna analyze it today. We're just here to talk about the beautiful game, and what the achievements and the community that we're building, how it's getting stronger and stronger each and every day. So I'm just here, with the great Jersey Blue Board analyst. Who haven't subscribed over there yet? I'll ask you guys to go over there, please, if you can, and subscribe to my fellow friend right here, Jersey. Great content creator. Very very intelligent when it come on, to analysts, and we can learn from each other. So I'll ask you guys to go over there and support it. I've been talking for 11 minutes about positivity. Now we're gonna go deep down into the football after Jersey give his 2 cents, on what I just said. If he has anything to say on it, and we can dive deep into what we love the most.
Big up, Garvan. Big up. Thank you so much for having me on a beautiful Sunday evening. It's great to be on your magnificent show, GFC Garvan, the show that talks about football, Chelsea Football Club, in-depth analysis. And more than that, time to time, as you were just, touching on key elements of human touch, how you should maintain or conduct yourself as human beings, make life easier for yourself and for others. Be a good representative, not only for your country, but for your name, for your family moving forward. And all these things I 100% agree with. I'm myself a strong component, a strong ambassador for all of these things that you said. It's important to discuss this on and off because this world at this time, I believe, needs this more than ever, as much as we have advanced in a technological sense. But I think there is still a huge void when it comes to understanding, respecting people of color, different race. Of course, there is no one who is superior than any person by birth, by nationality, by color. This is absurd. This is unacceptable. Will never be accepted. Should never be accepted. And we are here to spread the word. So, Garvan, amazing. That is a great start as always. And I really appreciate it. And now I'm here. And now I'm here with the coffee, rich money makers. Where is my sugar? I
I
need
got
it.
sugar, rich money maker.
Rich money maker, there is no sugar. I can last maybe just 30 minutes in this show. I need it. So, GFC Garvan, sir, this is just hashtag Euro 2024. You see the player, there is no word, there is no statement. We don't need it. To me, the best player in the world, Kylian Mbappe. Just talk on him. Just go and talk on him. France and Kylian Mbappe, the man who is wearing a mask, who is, you can say, an animal, a hurt animal, an animal who is waiting for the opportunity. His nose is broken. He had a minor concussion. He was rested, rightly so. Many fans expected him or Deschamps to make a sub in the second half and have him, but he preferred to keep him, perhaps for the safety and his health. France are safe with 4 points. But for me, I personally, right now, of course, we're not talking about prime Messi time, right? That will be another debate. The best player in the world. You can have your own opinion, but I'm sure this is one amazing, amazing talent. Still 24, have done everything apart from winning a UCL, which he should do with Real Madrid sooner or later. Amazing player, amazing generational talent, guy with the mask, waiting like a animal who is hurt, who needs to show to the country, to the world that he is here. It's his time. He has already won the World Cup 6 years ago. He is an amazing winger with amazing talent, dribbling skills, shooting skills, and he the way he turned the final on his head single-handedly against Argentina. When for 70 some minutes it was a one-sided game. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Kylian Mbappe. So, Garvan, we have the player over here in front of you, the best player for me. Where do you rank him?
We that both of us did have a conversation because we do got conversation off screen, where we normally communicate with each other. As I said, we're building a community where we can call each other at any time and have a conversation. And I think we did have a conversation about France and what did I think about France and the reason why I didn't support France. But when you see a great player like Kylian Mbappe, you have to, sit back and watch because this player right now, for me, Lionel Messi, I remember I was telling you that Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo already passed their time. I think Lionel Messi won last year World Player of the Year, and I think that was kind of unfair, to the likes of a Kylian Mbappe. He didn't win the final. I understand that Argentina did win, but the best player in the world on that time was Erling Haaland and this Kylian Mbappe. And I think both of them should have go head to head for that World Player of the Year. And a lot of Messi fans gonna be upset with me right now, but that's one of the main reasons why I'm not a fan of Lionel Messi. And I'm gonna go way back before I come back to Kylian Mbappe. 2010, I will never forget the Netherlands with one player called Wesley Sneijder. I don't know if some of you guys will remember him. If you're young, you probably won't. But that player, under the likes of Jose Mourinho, he won every single trophy that dare to be won, except the World Cup. He won the Italian Cup, the Italian Serie A, and he won the Champions League. And he took the Netherlands team to the final against Spain, where they lost, where that player was unplayable on the pitch, even though they lost. But that to show you the season that this guy got. And they still give Lionel Messi the World Player of the Year that only won one trophy with Barcelona. And for me, that's one of the main reasons why I switch away from Lionel Messi, because I think the media was unfair towards him, and I think the playing field wasn't that smooth or level, And I like to be straightforward. And Kylian Mbappe, what I saw he done for France in that World Cup, even though they lost that World Cup, Lionel Messi did get a good tournament, So that's kind of 50-50, but this man, young man right here, is the next big thing. That's what I'm coming towards now. He's the next big thing right now in the world. He is the best player in the world right now with talent. He gonna go down in history of one of the greatest players that to ever play the game. And so young and already won the FIFA World Cup that a lot of players dreamed of as a young player. Not only win the World Cup, but score in all the finals so far that he playing in the World Cup. 2 times lead his team, to World Cup final so young. You have to remember, the only player that ever done something similar to this was the great King Pele. And that to show you the legacy this young man is building for himself. So we don't have to go into details, the stats for all the stats merchants. The stats is there to prove it, that this young man is a talent. He is a generation talent, not only a talent. He's one in a lifetime talent. This young man have shown us what we all expect Neymar should have. Neymar was the next great thing after Ronaldo and Messi, but he never lived up to the expectation. But this young man living up to the expectation. He get a big tag on his shoulder from a young age, and he's still carrying the torch. So that to show you that this young man, got good parenting, got his head screwed down properly on his body, and the only thing we can look for this young player, and now he's going to one of the greatest team that to ever play in the Champions League. That's Real Madrid. So what this gonna bring. He probably can play football, and for me, this young man deserve every athlete that go towards him because he deserve it. He is right now the face of football.
100%, 100%. And when to add to that, I mean, we can talk on him for hours, right? He's that good. To add to that, he won the World Cup when he was 18 years old. 18 years old, right? We generally talk about not just Chelsea, but many young players. We say, oh, this player is only 21, 22, even 23. We say, oh, this player is young, right, Garvan? Not just us, many people. He needs time. Please give him time. Come on. Come on, Jerry. Come on, Garvan. Come on, Coachella. He is just 22. It's okay. He will need time. He will need 2, 3 years to get to his peak. But players like Mbappe, even Messi, of course, I understand, Ronaldo, these players of this magnitude, they were already the best at 18, 19, Garvan, both Messi and Ronaldo as well. Of course, they did not win the World Cup at that time, but they were winning Champions League for fun. And they were scoring 40 goals in a season at the age of 18, 19. Messi did, Ronaldo did later. Uh, but they were right there. Ronaldo as an 18-year-old kid in Euro 2004. You know how good he was. Messi in the 2007-8 Champions League leagues when he was 20 years old, 19, 20, 21. He was as good as he was. He only improved maybe a kilometer or maybe a step or two when he was 22, 23, 24. So I'm sure I was able to tell the audience the exact point or the standards of these players like Messi, Ronaldo, Mbappe, Erling Haaland, Jamal Musiala, if you want to add to that. He is not there, but he is one to watch, I'll say. He's not there. No, I should clear that. But he is just below this level, I would say, right now. So these are young kids, 18, 19, 20. Mbappe won the World Cup 2018 as an 18-year-old kid, was an outstanding player. Yes, Kante was perhaps the best player with Pogba, I believe, in that World Cup, but he was magnificent, Kylian Mbappe. And in the Euros and in the World Cup 2022, hat trick. He scored a hat trick and did not win the World Cup, Garvan. That's insane, right? That is unheard of. And he's the captain also, a young captain. He's the captain of French national team, a good ambassador, a good human, I would say. Yes, people call him a lot arrogant, how he dealt with PSG, but why not when he's getting paid multiple times more than any other player in the world? And he is the face, was the face and the project of PSG. Even when Messi joined PSG, a lot of players, young players, when likes of Messi would join, they would perhaps be intimidated, Garvan, right? Or perhaps think that no, this is the alpha guy, or whatever word you want to use, or he is Messi, he has done everything, he's the great. But no, Mbappe was himself. Mbappe believed in himself. I remember, I have to take the name. I hope Dante is not listening. So even if he is listening, I'll say X. Okay, maybe I should not use the name, but for the viewers to know, I'm talking about the recent manager of Chelsea Football Club who left us in May, so they know who I'm talking about. When he was at PSG, he said, when asked in one of the interviews, I don't remember, press conference or some interview for a channel, that you have Messi, Neymar, Mbappe. Who do you think is the best player in the world? And he said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, I don't know what exactly he said. I think the words can be different, but he clearly said that for him, Messi is the best player in the world. Okay, now hear me out. Mbappe saw that. Next day in the training, Mbappe went to our ex, the guy's name POCH. He asked him, "Why did you say that Messi is the best player in the world? Why not me?" I think I it's difficult for me to even add anything to it, Galvin. This is the standard of this guy. I'm sure, Galvin, you must be mesmerized. The audience must be mesmerized to see this young kid going to Mr. Poch and saying, asking him why you did not take my name as the best player in the world. Galvin, what do you have to say on that? This is super mentality of the highest level.
For me, a lot of people would say arrogance. A lot of people would say cocky. And for me, I never look at no one and say they're arrogant or they're cocky if they're achieving. If you can put your money where your mouth is, and you can back whatever you think of yourself. If you can prove it, for me, it's not arrogance, it's not cockity. Your self belief is something good, and this young man, he believed in himself. He believed in what he can do, and not only he believe in it, he show what he can do more than once. So that to show you that this young man is a man that believe in himself. So don't look at it and say he's arrogant or he's cockety or he's whatever words you want to use. This young man is just a man that believe in whatever he can do, and he proved it multiple times. So for me, what a player. Like once you can prove what you can do, for me, this young man, he have all rights to go to that manager and tell him, like, you should have said I'm the best player in the world, or I got the two best player in the world. So that manager was wrong, and I don't blame him to walk up to him and stay and stamp his claim, because I just finished a World Cup final. I scored actually in the final. He scored, Messi scored one goal in the final or something like that. But I proved to the world that I can do whatever he do. So I don't think it's cockety or arrogant. I just think this is a young man that just believe in himself, and there's nothing wrong with it, because you have to believe in yourself before you can believe in others. So for me, it's just a well said for him.
Yes, Richmond Maker says he is very talented player and hope him luck for the future. Exactly, one of course one to watch, the most dangerous player in this tournament. Now with the broken nose, you know how the animals are when they are wounded. So and Kante, of course, we'll come back to that after I speak on this game, the beloved the game that was close to our hearts on Copa America, Mexico, Jamaica. So we'll get back on Conte and some of the other European stuff, and of course Chelsea Football Club news and transfers. So first of all, without like analyzing or anything, just sharing my feeling. It was my first game of that I watched the entire game of Jamaica. So thanks to Garvan, thank you so much. Thanks to Tyrone for introducing me to this beautiful world of your nation, of a beautiful football and the country and the people that you are. So it was a great moment for me to watch this game. Yes, the result was not good at the end. That's the least important thing for now, I'll say. But I'll say it was a good performance, good in the way that they were in the game up until they conceded. I think they were good. I'll say that. They perhaps created better chances. Of course, a touch unlucky when the goal was offside. But people should understand that the Jamaican players don't have the infrastructure, Garvan, the resources, the package, the finance, the muscles, like all the things that add to them to come up here. They struggle with their lives. It's not easy. And honestly, like, sincerely believe what I'm saying. I'm just not saying because I'm talking to you. I honestly believe what I'm saying. So it's a huge achievement. It's to be there. How many countries are there, right? And how many players are there from that country? And it's not easy to always say, okay, this country is, just forget it, just forget it. See what they have to come through, and yet put up a fight. When I talk to Tyrone, when I talk to you behind the scenes, we're like, not really, like, this is a good situation, but yet they were in the game. They scored, and the goal was offside. And yes, the end was not so good. But for me, as a neutral, who of course supported them because of you guys, I can understand from the far that the challenges that these men have to endure, go through, people forget it. They always talk about, okay, this Messi or Argentina or Germany, my favorite as well, or France, but they forget these nations, these players. They are humans, and what they go through, which should be appreciated, admired. So, Garvan, now maybe you can be critical if you want a little, or just to analyze, because of course I still am learning the players, to be very honest. But for me, it was a very proud performance. They were fighting for the flag, for the badge. But of course you can analyze because you know the players, you know the this football. So go ahead and analyze Mexico, Jamaica.
For a lot of people that don't really know, the Jamaican national team is a team based off a few English-based players that parents born in Jamaica and migrated to England or the UK, and some of those players decide they want to go back to represent their national team because back in the days, a lot of Jamaican, represent England instead of represent Jamaica. Like Raheem Sterling, he born in Jamaica, but he represents. So I'm just trying to explain it so who don't understand it can understand it a little bit clear. Saying not saying that they're born in England and they represent in Jamaica. So I'm trying to explain it, how it happened. One of England's greatest striker, he used to play for Liverpool. Um, he used to play for he born in Jamaica, but he played for England. I can't remember his name right now, but so that was back in the 90s. I think when England was dominated, he used to play for England, and that's why a lot of Jamaicans cheer for Liverpool. Back in the older generation is a Liverpool supporter because of that guy. But Raheem Sterling, born in Jamaica, in Kingston, Jamaica, his father died when he was really young. I know the English media was bashing him one time about the tattoo on his leg because he got a tattoo of a gun on his leg, and they were bashing him. But he don't support guns. He have the tattoo because his father was gunned down as a young man. That's why he put the tattoo on there. So it reminded him to stay away from it, which that's acceptable for me because the tattoo is just a tattoo. But Raheem Sterling, born in Jamaica, not trying to go away from the thing. Like, let me explain that properly. And he represented England, so the both nations have players that can represent both country because the English are still kind of rule over Jamaica a little bit. Jamaica do got their independence, but even the highest court in Jamaica is the Privy Council in England. So, both countries share players. If England don't want that player or that player feel like they're not going to get a fair try in England, they go and represent Jamaica because that's where their generation is from. So that's what built up Jamaica. But Jamaica is a very small island, about 1 point something million people, not really big. You can go right around Jamaica in a day. That's how small it is. But it's an island that really have a lot of talent. Speed are something that Jamaica produce. We know the likes of Usain Bolt, and we can go on the ladies that's there. Is some of the fastest in the world because Jamaica is an island have a lot of hills. So every time you go in somewhere, you're walking, you mostly go over hills. And by going over hills, those things help build the muscle in your legs. So that's one of the things that kind of help the Jamaican athletes to really can run fast. And Jamaica got a lot of players that physically strong, probably not technical like the rest of the world, but Jamaica got a diehard attitude where once they put their mind to something and they decide they can do it, they will do it. The likes of Mexico, Canada, and the United States are the biggest fish in the pan, but a little tiny island like Jamaica, where the infrastructure there is not really that good. If you see a lot of the pitch there in Jamaica, you wouldn't even think about playing on it. But those are some of the struggle that these players face while growing up there in Jamaica. So for me, it's an honor to see they go up against the likes of Mexico, United States, even Canada, and the rest of the world. And when they put good performance in, I really appreciate it, even if we lost. I know that they did their best, and for me, one of two of our best players not there. This Chelsea wonder kid that we have, Dujon Richard, while he's injured right now, I think they said he's going to do a surgery, so he's not there. And the likes of the Aston Villa, Leon Bailey is the most decorated player for the national team. He's not there either because of some back and forth with he can sometimes he have to pay for his own flight and stuff. So that to show you the resource that they got, the financial restraint that country got, and to show you that they got heart because they still went out there and they still put in that performances. I'm proud. I'm a man that's sitting here right now to tell you I'm a proud Jamaican. To see how we go up against Mexico and the way how they perform, it gives me hope that better days are coming. Oh, you're on mute.
I got maybe emotional and forgot to unmute. Yeah, it was a great moment, very proud moment, and you have explained it very well. And yeah, I mean, it will go a long way. I'm sure the nation is proud and they understand the struggle and are very proud of the performance, the efforts. Of course, it's difficult to compete against the bigger nation, but you are judged, or not really judged, but you are perhaps evaluated based on, did you put the effort, did you do your best, and in that regard they absolutely lived up to the expectation. So Garvin, now we have to go to some big news, if you can share.
Yeah, we got
Fabrizio
a lot of
Romano.
we got a lot
Yeah,
of
please
chance
go
for
ahead.
news today.
Yeah, Fabrizio Romano, Ian Matson to Aston Villa. Whenever there is a show, the news are coming left, right, and center. I think it's updated perhaps 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes ago. Ian Matson to Aston Villa is a here we go. Chelsea receive, I'd say a good money, a handsome money of pound 37.5 million. Garvan, go ahead.
There's a lot to say about Chelsea and Aston Villa. If you don't mind, I can run through this transfer. Because I
Please,
was here.
feel free to take your time, sir.
I was here thinking about it, and I do a lot of research this morning because I was up early, trying to do the research for the show. And what's going on with Chelsea and Aston Villa? Uh, we did a show yesterday on your channel, and we are talking about these player trades. Where it seems like this is where the game is going now, and I think this is a one that Chelsea is saying to Aston Villa. You scratch my back, I scratch your back. And I think this is the deal that we definitely doing right now, is to help Aston Villa out. That Aston Villa probably help us out in the longer term, because I think a lot of these clubs gonna start to do these agreement to bypass all the financial fair play, because the restriction that these club got, Aston Villa have a little problem um, with if they have to sell players, and Chelsea probably have the same. So they get Ian Matson, and Chelsea gonna end up turning back around and give them $19 million for a player that none of us really know about. The Omar kid that they buy for 600,000, and he's just on what uh eight. He's not. He's on. His wages is peanuts. To if I remember, then I would bring it back up. But he's making like what 40 something thousand a year on the wage that he's on from Aston Villa. They, as I said, they pay about 600,000 for this player or less. Is value, if you check the value of that young player before I come back to Ian Matson, its valuation is, I think it's one point something million, almost $2 million. But we're paying $19 million for him. So that to show you that something is not right with this transfer. But for Ian Matson, it's a good player, to be quite honest. I would have keep him over Ben Chilwell, honestly. But this is peer profit, and we always talk about the peer profit with these owners, and this will go good on our books, especially if the deal is done before the first and the 31st, because I guess probably Chelsea is in the hot water, like they normally said, with the financial fair play. Probably the Aston Villa is helping us out now, because Aston Villa probably in the same bracket as us, but not that bad as us. So it's probably we're scratching their back and they're scratching ours. That's how I look at this deal, to be quite honest. But for me, Ian Matson, I wish him all the best, in his career, because I see a lot of young players that we thought was the next big thing in Chelsea, and they all end up either leave and go perform better somewhere, or they leave and wherever they go, they don't live up to expectation. It's just one of those deals that I really can say that Ian Matson, thank you for all you done for us, because you came through to our academy and you gave us a big profit where it can help the club in some way, because we all know this is what everyone can see, that this is where the game is going now. So for me, I'm not upset about him leaving, because I know for sure that they will find another talent. And right now with Chelsea, none of us know where Chelsea is going. So all of us is just here patiently, some is impatient, just waiting for the season to start to see what type of Chelsea we're gonna get. So for this young player going to Aston Villa, that's going to the Champions League, is a well settled team. The only thing we can do is wish him all the best. And the next thing again too, before I forgot, Charlie Webster, he was the next big thing that's supposed to be coming out of Coven, and right now he leaves Chelsea on a permanent deal yesterday. So that to show you that a lot of these young players, gonna want to find their way where they're gonna be appreciated.
Yeah, so Rich Moneymakers enjoyed the breaking news, and he enjoyed your analysis. Ian Matson, a good player, yes, with a good potential. I don't see it as a big miss. Personally, I see your point about preferring him over Chilwell. But I think we need some height, to be very honest. I know this is a debatable issue, but now we are adding players like Tosin and others. So, of course, the quality is first, then height, of course, for sure. That's the thing. So, I'm not sure. Of course, he played in different positions with us rather than a left back whenever he played. I think he has talent, he has potential, but at the same time, it's important. It was important for us to have this sale. As you know, Garvan, we have to make the sales, right? No matter what the news is that we don't require, for sure we need it, not just for now, but to sustain moving forward. And I think everyone knew that this will come sooner or later. So it's not a surprise. Perhaps we didn't know that it will be to Aston Villa. The good thing for Madsen is that once he went to Dortmund, he played in the Champions League, and now he will play in the Champions League again with Villa. So he is playing in prime competitions. This young kid, this young man, although he was not preferred by our ex, he was not in demand. He played, as I said, with Dortmund in the Champions League, was in the final, and now he will have the opportunity to enjoy the premier competition, the Champions League with Aston Villa. So good for him, I would say. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that. So rich money makers say, trust me, this kid is good. Kellyman's stats matches played 10 games, I believe. Two, perhaps there is a mis typing. I believe it's 10 games. And then you said 2 games, I'm not sure. Perhaps 2 games, 1 goal, 1 shot, and pass accuracy 83%, tackles 2, 5 ball recoveries, 5 successful dribbles, and 5 duels won. Rich money makers, you have written it in a very complex way.
Yeah,
Um,
he done his homework.
yeah, no, he did, and he is 6 feet 3 inches. Wow, that's great. But some of the commas and the spaces are making it difficult to go through the numbers. I appreciate it as always, rich money makers. Your contribution is invaluable to us. He possesses a very good left foot, and he also plays largely off the right hand side, decent from set pieces. Rich money makers is doing a lot of research these days.
Yeah,
With
he's
the
my
sugar, is helping him go through all the transfers, all the different players. So it's great. So Garvan, this player Nico Williams, whenever I see this name first, I think they are talking about Nico Jackson, because the Nico we know is Nico Jackson, right? So Chelsea are ready to activate the 55 euro clause in Nico Williams, the Spanish kid, the guy who plays for Bilbao, I believe, and is playing Euros with Spain. So, Garvin, are you excited about this if we go for this
um
profile?
you know me, I'm gonna give you my inside and out. I look at this deal and said it's the same thing like Michael Olise. Um I don't know. I don't think this is gonna happen because where our board is and the way our board thinks and the way our board operating these days, you know, as we going to talk later a little bit about the William transfer and the Olise together, if you don't mind, in a little bit later on from this after we finish up these little transfers. But for me, this transfer is one that I really really love this kid because I think Modric don't prove to me as yet that he is the man, and I think we definitely need a player for that side. Especially if we're not gonna get another right winger, and Cole Palmer can play out there. We can play in Kuku in the 10, and we're still gonna need someone to challenge Raheem Sterling to light some fire on their feet, so they know how to move again. And right now, this kid can bring that. In my point of view, he's a really talented player. I love what I see from this kid. You know, he's definitely someone that we should have in the squad. You know, if we want to go places. But as I said earlier about the Olise deal, this is gonna bring something not good in the dressing room because of the wages. You know, as Rich Moneymaker say right here, you know, the wage will be a problem because if you're definitely gonna give this player at least, as Rich Moneymaker said, I was gonna say 200,000, but if you're gonna give him 300,000 a week, you know why would you didn't you take Olise? You know, so this gonna bring eruption in the dressing room again because the likes of Enzo Fernandez, Mos Caicedo, Cole Palmer, you know, Christopher Nkuku, all of these players gonna think there and said, oh, this player is just coming in, cheering that I need the same too. So that's gonna bounce the wage bill back where we're coming from and what we're running from. So I don't see this deal happening, to be quite honest. The only way this deal happen, or less he can go for like settle for probably a 150 or probably a 180 transfer. That's the only way this transfer will happen, to be quite honest. But I don't think this transfer will happen in no other form or way, or less they can settle for these terms. You know, other from that, this transfer won't happen to me. So I'm not gonna even go deeply into this transfer. I don't think this one gonna happen. I don't think we get this player.
Yeah, you made a lot of sense, and I was thinking on on the same lines, because if you didn't go for a lease, I know we have to pay a bit more in the wages, but it's it's kind of not the same profile in terms of the player, but same profile in terms of the financial structure. And yeah, then the problem with Enzo and Kunkus and all those players moving forward would emerge. And there is one point that I would like to ask you, a follow up. There, like as you were talking about Alex Goldbridge, and he said in one of his tweet, and it's a great point. Okay, we are managing the financial structure. We are not overpaying the players, and we have a certain cap as far as salary goes, right, Garvan? But we know Bayern are still paying the wages they are paying. Manchester City, even Arsenal to an extent, Real Madrid, and all these clubs, um, Manchester United as well at the moment. So if you see, like with Olise going to Bayern with a certain wage, certain salary, other players as well. Of course, Kylian Mbappe is a different profile, but other players going to Madrid, Bayern, City, other clubs are still going on a higher wage. So the question is, for the likes of Enzo Fernandez, Nkunku, Cole Palmer, and all these great great talent we have, a Real Madrid, a Bayern Munich can come calling in a year or two or three. So that can still become an issue for Chelsea to keep them, because if they play, progress, do well, develop more, for sure that they would get better, you can say, offer from these clubs, substantial, that can enhance their salary, not exponentially, but can perhaps double that or even triple on a few occasions. So what will you say if this situation arises, which is a possibility? Where will this land leave Chelsea and the sporting directors?
Um, for me, to be quite honest, with Chelsea and this is this is the thing. Chelsea is a hard nut to crack right now. To be honest, it's so hard that you can figure it out. And Chelsea, I don't know if you see the thumbnails, the title of the video. You know, and I've been doing a lot of Hollywood script on Chelsea. You know, Dante's in the house. You know, big up Dante. You know, how you doing, Dante?
Lord Dante from Melbourne, Australia. Welcome, sir.
Ty is here. I would throw that question to Ty as he come on the stream. To be quite honest, you
Go
know,
ahead, sir. Go ahead.
throw,
Welcome
throw
Ho,
to the
ho,
that.
room.
ho, ho, Rude. Not even a big up, just straight to question. Nah,
Big
man.
up. Cause Ty, I'm running from this one, so I'm throwing it right at you.
Hey, you're not throwing it at me. You're throwing me under the bus.
Big up, Ty. Big up, Ty. Welcome, Ty. Welcome. Big up, big up, big up, bro. I'm glad, Ty. Soon as you come on the stream, I even know I'm glad I am because I don't know how to answer this question, so I just throw it right
What
at
what
you.
what's the question? What's the question?
Jersey gonna hit you with it because Chelsea's so hard to crack. I don't know how to crack it. Go ahead, Jersey.
Yeah, so to make it short to the point, Garvin was discussing before why we didn't go for a lease. It would disrupt the weight structure. Similarly, he believes in Nico Williams. If we go for him, it could be an issue if we have to pay players like, as I said, Uriz or Nico 200, 250 plus, right? So, and I agree what you said. Then the likes of Nkunku or Enzo Fernandez of this world, Cole Palmer, would definitely have a problem. If not now, then perhaps in a year, to reassess their structure. So that is why he said we are not going for. We want to, as much as we want to go for these profiles, we are not finally going or signing them because if it is true that they're demanding such a salary and it's not feasible. Okay, this is one point. Now the question is, if this is the situation, which I believe it is, right? Then what about 1 year, 2 year from now, when Enzo will further develop, Cole Palmer, Nkunku, other players, Coville, XYZ. Real Madrid is still paying them the big wages, Bayern Munich, Man City. So you see the point. So as much as the sporting directors have this plan, don't want to disrupt the thing, but these players can be attracted by the likes of Madrid, Bayern, or other clubs with double or triple salaries. So where will this leave Chelsea then? Sir, go ahead.
So, uh, the question you're asking is, where will that leave Chelsea if the plan is to maintain a very strict wage structure, and the reason why we're not going for a certain place because they want a certain amount and we don't want to be doing that. The To me, I
No,
think
and eventually these players can be sold or can be tempted to go to Real Madrid if they will offer Enzo or Nkunku. Some club will offer him twice or thrice the salary. So for these players, they would say, okay, Chelsea is paying us this salary. So if we get this better offer, then all these players would, perhaps not all, a lot of players might be tempted or be open to leave. I know they are on a long-term contract, but so this is the discussion we were having. So go ahead with your analysis, sir.
so. I'm trying to figure where I was at again. Okay, right. So, as relates to that, it's to me it sounds strange. It seems as if it's just about making money, and That's just it. You want to make money. You sign these players that are promising, and then you look to sell them, or you have to offload them when they get to a higher level, which in a sense, if you do that, you set yourself up for failure because you're not going to have consistency, you won't have longevity, and also you won't have stability. And so a part of me doesn't feel like that will always be the case. But I do understand and I do agree that if certain clubs who can give them a certain amount of wages when they start to perform consistently and at a higher level, it's going to be difficult for you to keep them. Now, the only pro, if there's any, if that is the case, is that they are on a longer contract. So if you're going to sell them, you're going to have to sell them for a good amount. So I guess that's where money comes into play. You get high rewards. You may get a profit. And Enzo, I'm not really sure if you can really get any profit on him based on what the price tag that we would have signed him for is. But like a player like a Cole Palmer, that situation is completely different because you can perhaps get a higher fee for him. But I am struggling to believe that that is actually the case. A lot of journalists are saying that the package is too high or the demands are too high from the player. And I mean, if that's the case, then fine, I can respect that. But I can't just downright say that okay, because of that, we are going to have this be the structure. What I would say is more logical is if they want to have somewhat of a structure where players are aware of the fact that they have to work in order to get certain wages, then that is understandable. We've seen what has happened. We've given certain players 300,000 a week and all of that, and they haven't performed consistently for us, or the relationship has severed or it's become toxic. So that is something where when you look at it, you have to be cautious. You have to show some caution because if you do that continuously, when there's no certainty that these players are worth earning that amount of money on a weekly basis, then you're going to be forced to do what you're doing now. So if that's the case, then I can understand that. It was a case where they're saying that you have to accept these wages, and then after you attain these um, certain goals or targets, then you can earn a higher. Maybe then you can earn more. Because I think that's what happened with Cole Palmer. I don't think Cole Palmer is earning over 200,000 or anything like that, but he would have gotten a wage increase. So and that's based on his performances that he would have had. So that in itself it seems more logical than just saying that we're not going to be signing players because we don't want to give them those wages full stop. I would more agree that we don't want to give them that up front, but we're willing to do that after they prove that they are worth getting that amount of money.
Can I add something to that? Recently, this week in the report that coming out of Manchester United. Manchester United is going down the same route that Chelsea's going towards. If the reports, because Dante said earlier, is PR stunts. But Manchester United is going down the same route, and I think that's where the game is going. Ty, in my belief, I think that these clubs know that they overpaid a lot of these players in the past, because if you listen to what Manchester United new owner Jim Ratcliffe, what he's been saying in some of his interview, that Manchester United spent over $1 billion since Alex Ferguson and have nothing really to show for it. So if you notice, even Brentwaite, they're trying to sign him, and the price that Everton put on him, they're saying that they're not willing to meet it or match it. They rather move on to go get something cheaper, with wage and plus the transfer budget. So I think the game, in my opinion, Ty, I think the game are changing, and it's changing rapidly. I don't know if it's because these new Chelsea owners, because when they come in, remember one of the first thing they were saying that they can't believe that the Premier League don't do player trades and stuff like that. So I think I think a lot of these Premier League clubs listen to what they're saying, and this is the route that they're going to. Time will tell, though. In my point of view, I don't know if it's gonna be anytime soon, but I know that in the future, that we always see like it's changing. The landscape of football is changing, and I keep on saying it. Like if we all take a step back and look, Arsenal did the same thing too. With a lot of their player was young player. When Arteta just come in, he get rid of a lot of their senior players and started use the youths. And now they start to get that big wages since they started compete against Manchester City. Now you start to see every week you saw a player get a new contract at Arsenal. So I think that's where the game is going. But with Chelsea, it's just a hard nut to crack. You never can tell because this minute they're willing to spend, and this minute they're willing to get these players on big wages, and then the next minute, it change. And as Dante said earlier, it's PR stunt. As Dante said it right, and then Rich Moneymaker is saying the same thing with the Premier League with Manchester City, because Manchester City are going to court with the Premier League for the same thing. So we as fans, we don't really know what's going on. We can sit here and speculate on it. We can have conversation about it. We can try to get to the root of it. But I just think that's where the game is going. The game is going to change because I don't think the Premier League going to reach into the situation where they were, or where not back early in the early 90s when you got the Italian Serie A and was one of the best league in the world. But that league go in bankruptcy of paying because they used to pay all the high wages. And I think that's one of the main things put your Juventus in financial difficulty. Because see now Juventus and Aston Villa are doing player trades with cash. So the whole football fraternity is changing. And we all can sit here and deny it, but this is where the game is going right now, to how it looks. I'm not saying it's there, but to the way how it looks like this is where it's gonna go from now. Because Juventus is trying to give Aston Villa 2 player plus cash for Douglas Luiz. So that to show you that there's something is happening that we don't really know much about. But we can put one or two together and try to make it equal up. But in my point of view, it'd probably be a good thing, because probably some players will start to be more loyal to a club now. Because if every club is going on the same wages, a player just gonna have to go to the club that they really support or they really love, and will go fight for that badge. But a lot of these players that tend to go for the club that will give them the most money, instead of the club that they're really gonna put their heart and soul into.
Yeah, interesting, Garvin. So Lord Dante says the point is to be competitive by then. Let me make the screen bigger. My eyes are getting weak. If they want to go Real Madrid and Madrid want them, then it's not that straightforward, but you can't stop that no matter what club you are or what stage. Yes, I agree. Ty is back. So let me add my 2 cents quickly. I was trying to run my brain with all the caffeine and try to analyze. Of course, first of all, we need real data, real information to really give a concrete evidence-based opinion analysis, whatever. We don't know many things, many variables going behind the scenes as far as FFP, PSR are concerned. It's a big business, right? So we need information and we don't have the information. So that's why it's more speculative, right? So, but if I have to guess like what's going on, it's clear, right, Garvan, that the FFP or the FA, they are now more strict. We can see with Evertonians, Nottingham Forest. We can see with Chelsea also. Let's see what happens with us. It's still in the air, and Man City, right? They have taken this step for now. for now to be a little strict, to be more vigilant, to see how things are being done. So perhaps the clubs like City, Chelsea, Man United, who have spent a lot in the last decade or so, and we have to remember all of that is under, you can say, consideration, evaluation, or all the charges of City or some of the issues of Chelsea are not of now. They go back 5 to 10 years ago, right? So it's that time frame. What I'm trying to say, that the clubs perhaps are now being diligent. I mean, I cannot say that this is the route. I cannot say that this what the route we are saying Chelsea have taken or perhaps United will take is the route forward. Maybe it is for now. Maybe it is now to make sure that you just sustain the business, because we have to then talk about economics and the business in Europe and all over the world. We cannot speak on these things with inflation, wars, and XYZ. It has disrupted a lot of businesses, a lot of big businesses, and COVID-19, right? So this is for real. So if we have to talk on this, we have to bring all these elements. So it's not sustainable. That is true. A lot of businesses, big or small, they are finding it very difficult. I understand that for sustainability, this is perhaps the way for now and moving forward. But will it be? Because if you see the salaries only increase or have been increasing, on the other hand, you know why it's a bit contradictory? There's more money now in football than ever. There's more money. The players, their wages are increasing and increasing and increasing. And now, like you, Enzo's and all these big players of this world are on lower wage, which they can still be on a higher wage on other clubs. Even at Chelsea, if he was signed a few years ago, Enzo's wage would have been higher. If you see what I'm trying to say, maybe he's content for now getting a good offer. But the thing is, like, it has to be all around. It has to be in the whole of Premier League and also other leagues. If Madrid's, Bayern Munich's would be able to offer these players more money, do you see there won't be this consistency? Even if the Premier League would abide by these new laws or new regulations, and the other European clubs would be in a position now, because they have not really spent apart from Madrid, Bayern Munich, Germany, for Germans, Bayern Munich, they are not a huge spending club. They pick and choose and spend. Kane was their biggest signing, right? The thing is, it's very technical. We need more information. Like the Saudis are paying like salary, 7 year salary in 7 months to the players, right? Bayern Munich can pay a lot now. Real Madrid can pay a lot. So it will be interesting to see the dynamics of all the European leagues moving forward. Because if it has to be, you can say, standardized, if this is the way forward. Again, the other point is that the clubs will have to see, you can say, this very turbulent economical time and also the charges that they are facing. How these next 2 to 4 years, 5 years will pan out will perhaps indicate what is the direction moving forward. Until and unless we cannot say that this is the direction moving forward, because players' salaries like the Mbappe, how much salary he was at PSG, he is now at Madrid. So it has to be a balance, right? So again, we don't have the data and information. It's difficult to speculate, but it is for sustainability. That's obvious. Is it the way moving forward? It could be, but I think it's early days. We cannot say for sure.
Still there, Ty?
Garvan, you can go ahead if you want.
Yeah, I wanna ask Ty about this kid, this Omar kid from we talked about it earlier when I talk about the player trades. That seems like it's happening with Chelsea and Aston Villa. So I want to get his take on it, because I think Roman said put up here we go, on the on his platform. So it seems like it's a deal that's almost there. But Roman, he's been getting things wrong the last couple of weeks, to be quite honest. And even the kid from Brazil, the right back, he get that totally wrong. So I want to get Ty takes on it before we move on to the next topic.
Ty. Rich Moneymaker says, remember, a lot of teams don't like us.
Yeah.
Ty in the house. Ty.
Oh, the Crystal Palace.
Ty. Okay, Garvan, you can perhaps add the next menu, then we can go back to Ty when he's here.
Oh yeah, sure.
So it's interesting, Garvan, what do you have to say? Because everyone says that Modric and Kyle Walker are the fastest, right? But if you see, they are ninth and 10th on this list of the top speed in Euros. So we have many players that some of them we don't even know of. So do you know of the top five? Do you know of most of the top five players? Holland. I'm surprised that Holland is 35.5. So Walker 34 point, and of course these are 2-3 games, so it's not a huge sample size. But in this tournament, Modric is the ninth fastest, and Kyle Walker is the 10th fastest player. Mbappe seventh. Nuno Mendes is sixth. This young kid,
Yeah, he's impressive. So
I like this kid. Please go ahead.
yeah, he's really impressive. I don't know a lot of him, but I definitely see some games, and from what I see, he's really impressive, to be quite honest. He's someone that I would really look at as a as a Chelsea club. Like I would take a look on him, but the thing is though, it's we have too many midfielders, and see that young kid, Webster, that they said was the next big thing out of Cobbin, saw him went on a permanent deal, that to show you, Ugo Chukwu right now is going to the Olympic. That to show you that probably, they're gonna send him out on loan, and probably Santos come back in, and then the rumors around Santos too. That's probably Santos stay or probably go on loan. So none of us know what's exactly going to happen until next week or so when Mariska finally go to Cobbin. So it's just a waiting game for all of us. As I was saying earlier, majority of us is just waiting for the season to start to really see what type of Chelsea we're going to get.
So Dante perhaps can tell us about Mihaila, not Modric, the guy who is, the Romanian, the guy who is the fastest. It's not Mihaila Modric, it's the other Mihaila, I believe. Do you know about him, Dante? I'm sure that Dante will have a lot to add to that. Yes, he said he is very quick. Spitzer says his name. So yeah, I'll try to watch some of the highlights in the other remaining games of Romania, because he's up there, right? So this is interesting. Whenever we have the stats, we don't know a lot of players, and then when we see like he's the fastest in this tournament, even the Danish guy Haaland, I still don't know how to pronounce the Manchester United forward because of Holland. We are Holland, and Haaland. So Haaland. So, anyways, this Danish Manchester United forward, I'm surprised that he is third in the list. So Ty, he is back in the house. He says Chelsea are in serious problem next season. Many young players. I'm very worried. And so Ty, don't forget we have Enzo Maresca who will be learning on the job as well. So I have already expressed my feelings towards that. So Garvan, please go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna just say. The same thing you're saying. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm gonna blame the manager, or anyone supposed to be blamed. It would be more like the person that picked him. But we have to start the season to really see what's gonna happen. To be quite honest, they're saying he's doing his homework. He know a lot about these players, and as Ty said, the young players, it's really bothering in a little bit because none of us know, how these players gonna react because they end the season pretty well under our X because Dante is in the chat, so we can't use that name. So on our X, they finished the season well. A lot of them showed they were disappointed. These players, wonder how they're gonna adapt because they take so long to adapt under our X. I don't know if they're gonna take the same time to adapt, under this new manager. So none of us know what's gonna happen. Any Chelsea fan that told you we're gonna do good, they're telling themselves a lie. They're not being honest with themselves. It's a guess game and it's a waiting game and it's a game that we have to be patient with. So the best thing we can do is hope that the Premier League start tomorrow morning so we can definitely see what's gonna happen. Because preseason don't even tell you the true story. Because we all see last season in preseason what happened. How we won that United States Premier League tour. We won it, fair and square. We outperformed each and every Premier League team we come up against. And then we all see what happened when the Premier League started, or we struggle. So it's something that we we have to find out what's going on. Go ahead, Ty.
But the thing is, people talking about preseason. Preseason means nothing. It means nothing. You can lose all the games in preseason and you have a good start to the season. I mean, but even last year in preseason, when we quote unquote looked good, we we still had struggles. I mean, a lot of the games that we played, we struggled to win them. So the preseason games that we won, it wasn't as straightforward. I don't remember what team we played against first, and we won 5-0 or something like that. But even in that game, there was challenges. You could see the issues, and we scored goals because of mistakes. But when the season started, we actually saw the issues that were there, the little cracks that were in the wall that you just couldn't see until it got worse, started to appear. And then inconsistency crept in. And then you win one game, you lose two games, draw one game, win one game, and then it just goes like that. So preseason means nothing. I mean, a lot of teams have great preseasons and then they do nothing. So I don't believe in and I don't believe in saying that okay, I'm gonna judge this player because they did excellent in preseason. I mean, I don't like to use hypotheticals or speak hypothetically, but if we didn't have some of the injuries that we had, could things have been different? If Nkuku was more available, would the circumstances be the way that they are now? Would the demands that were there for Jackson would it have been there? Would he have underperformed in some other person's eyes, or did he or would he have been successful? A lot of things could have been different, but we didn't help matters. We made avoidable mistakes. We could have avoided some of the mistakes that we made, and also having a manager who threw the players under the bus a couple of times, and then flip flopped and then changed his mode and said, "Oh, this team is great," and then at the end of the day wanted to be awarded for mediocrity. So it's a whole bunch of nonsense and foolishness. I've always looked at preseason to say that if you win all the games or if you win most of your games, it doesn't mean you're gonna have an excellent season. Or if you lose all the games, it means you're gonna have an excellent season. It does give you an expectation of what you should be able to see or what you can expect to see, but it doesn't determine anything. It proves nothing. It's just practice matches, preparation. But when the season gets into full swing, where the demand is higher, where the mentality should be enhanced, then that's when you really see teams in full swing, not preseason where a lot of new players are learning how to play with each other, or players are trying to learn a new philosophy under a new manager. So it doesn't really mean much, but it does give you some small indication of what you can expect.
Final boss Coachella is in the house. Thank you, sir. Thank you, boss Coachella, for tuning in. It really means a lot. Garvan, give me span so that I can start banning Dante and the others. Garvan, please go ahead and final boss, whatever final boss says, of course, it should be the first priority, Garvan. Garvan, you're so excited that you forgot to unmute.
Yeah, I was bigging up you and Ty. Ty come on the stream and he just lashed at me because he didn't see the first part of the video when I was giving him all his praise and flowers. Yeah, and coach, and I was telling all of you guys thank you for all your support. Dante and Rich Moneymaker. Rich Moneymaker was here, and I was saying thank you to all of you guys. For all the support and all the love, and me and Ty is right there. Getting our channel, you know, there. So I was saying thank you, Ty, to each and every one that's supporting us earlier in the video. If you go back, you will see that I was giving you all your flowers and praise. And thank you, Coach, for all the support and all the love that you've been giving to us. The teacher. I said you are the teacher because we learn a lot from you, and we really appreciate it. I know we're supposed to be talking about the games, but we have to take time out to give the flowers. And that's one of the greatest things is to show appreciation while you can, right? So we really appreciate it, but it's a good look, Ty. We're glad we're getting there, Ty. Almost there. So Ty, I'll take this time out for you to go ahead and give your thoughts and how you're growing. So, and then we go back to the football.
Ty, you're still there? Lord Dante says, stop Garvan, a few words enough. Don't give him big head again. So until he comes back, any keeper, it's so many difficult names, some of them. Donnarumma did well, of course. We is more expected from him, Uh, any goalkeeper that impressed you in this list or generally in Euros? Young goalkeeper or a goalkeeper that you think Chelsea should consider if someone impressed you so far?
To be honest, so far the only goalkeeper I really I really think he's not playing in the Euros. I saw some good goalkeeping in the Euros. I saw a lot of mistake, to be quite honest. But this goalkeeper that's there in Brazil squad, Bento, I think he looks really good in my eyes. For what I see when I watch the Brazilian league, he seems like he's a very comfortable goalkeeper with the ball, and I think he will be one of my favorite, not because he's a Brazilian, but it's just the way I was confident on the ball, and I think that if Edison not getting over Addison, I wouldn't use that as a mark for him because no one getting over Allison. We all can say that Liverpool goalkeeper is the best thing that Brazil got right now. So I wouldn't go by because he's not getting game in the national team, but he's a very good goalkeeper.
I'd suggest someone.
Dante says none of those. Oh, sorry, good. Ty, go ahead. I was just reading his comment. None of those for our play style. That's always good. That's a great point. Always have to see what kind of style fits us. So I agree to Dante and his meticulous approach when it comes to reading and understanding football. Chelsea perspective final boss Coachella says the following. I don't know why I haven't been paying attention to how good what Willie is on the ball. Wow. What do you have to say on that, Garvan?
Yeah, he's very intelligent with the ball too. And honestly, I'll go in this season long as I don't see Sanchez, I'll be okay. Because I can afford to be checking my heart to see if I'm having a heart failure again. To be quite honest, so long as I don't got Sanchez in the goal, you know, I will go for him or Bento. That would be my favorite two goalkeepers to go for.
Yeah, and so Garvan, Ty, and everyone in the audience, right? I asked this to Garvan before this was posted at 4:22 p.m. UK time. Perhaps we talked around 4 p.m. or even before that. And Garvin had the same thing when I asked about. I mean, Garvin had the same concept. He had the same understanding. He said that we will not go for Nico Williams because of what is written here. Chelsea believe Nico Williams' deal is way too expensive. Salary request and mechanisms of release clause. Release did not happen also due to salary request. Is exactly point to point, dot to the core, exactly what legendary GFC Garvan said and gave his verdict, his opinion. So I salute you, Garvan, for having an eagle's eye, on each and every move. So as far as what Romano posted here, I know he has been wrong a couple of times, and people are criticizing him. He is a human. Come on, like he has been, you can say, almost invincible, right? So now because he has got a few wrong that people are now criticizing or looking down on him. Come on, like he has been invincible. So it's normal. It is as Coachella says. It is showing he's just a human, right? So yeah, anything Ty you want to add to that? Like for what Romano said half an hour or an hour ago. Uh, if this is true, then and you were Ty also giving your view, your concerns, sharing your concerns about the next season with Chelsea. Without adding any experience, any player of a certain pedigree. So if this is true, as we were speculating, reported by Romano, what do you have to say, Ty?
We have to aim for players that are willing to come in for a small wage, and then also players who are unproven, because those are the only players that you're going to be able to get where the contract or wages, not contract, wage demands will not be a certain amount. The salary is not gonna be high. That's the only type of players that you can get. So obviously, the only players you can get in are young players that will be willing to accept a small salary. And if they prove themselves, they may start, say that I want more to be added to my wage. I want my salary to increase, which makes sense that happens in any other in or any form of workplace. When you start to show your value to whatever place you're working, you're gonna obviously want, if that is, of course, if the salary isn't welcoming, or you think you can be getting more, then that's obviously going to be the case. So my concern still lies there, because uh, as much as I understand it's not promising to know that we can't go for certain players because the salary will be a stumbling block when we obviously need experience. One of the reasons why we struggled so far in this Bowley era is the fact that we've signed more young players than experienced players. We've signed approximately what about well, we've signed a couple of experienced players, but in comparison, we've signed around 10 to 12 young players, and we may look to sell some of them. Some are going to Strasbourg, some are going some are going to be in the development team, some may go out on loan. It's not promising. It really doesn't look promising. And to not be able to get certain players because of the salary, it is concerning, because we're gonna have to settle for the up and coming and the promising players, or the players that have the narrative of a promising starlet, the next big thing, the upcoming player. That's literally the narrative that's going to be there. So it's concerning. I mean, a lot young players can surprise you, but to fill the squad with around 8 to 10, or probably slightly less than that,
in your starting 11 is going to be concerning because an Nkunku is somewhat of more of the experience side in terms of game time, playing competitive competitions and all of that. And obviously you have Tosin who's experienced in terms of playing um, and all of that. But other than that, there's not much that you can look at to say that, okay, these players are going to get you somewhere. So it doesn't make sense. A part of me feels like no one really knows what's going on with Chelsea because it makes no sense, or at least I don't think the owners are that foolish to think that you get a bunch of young players in and automatically you're going to be get your target of top four. That's not how it works. And with a manager who is also trying to prove himself that he can succeed in the top flight league, that doesn't go hand in hand. Inexperience mixed with inexperience cannot give you experience. It's impossible. It's not like you're doing some calculation where negative and negative give you a positive. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's not how life works. Two negatives can't give you a positive, and two inexperienced personnel can't give you experience. It makes no sense. Well, they can, but the experience won't be good. You're gonna have a bad experience. So I don't know. I'm concerned about that. And rich money makers were saying something about I shouldn't be worried because this is the final straw or something like that with sporting directors, but that won't undo the challenges, the nonsense that we've done in terms of players that we've opted to sign. It doesn't make much sense, but it is what it is. I've already accepted that Chelsea are not the same Chelsea of old. And I think a lot of people need to accept that as well and stop making comparisons to Roman because Roman would have made mistakes as well. We would have had he would have signed off on us signing players that he believed would be excellent, and it didn't work out. It salty, it entered bitter and sour. So it can't be a case of you comparing that, and not because he was just willing to splash cash wherever he felt the necessity means that it was a good thing. There's a lot of players that we would have signed that never made it to the first team. They didn't even get to play. They were just out on loan for 10 years and 8 years and among other things. So they weren't beautiful and all that. We relied on the players that were there with us for a long period of time that would have experienced winning trophies that with great significance, but that's it. We rebuilding the team was poor. A lot of the players that we signed in lots of stages of Roman's era, many of them did not work out. It was the academy players that succeeded more rather than the players that we signed. Chilwell to some extent succeeded. Obviously Silva worked out, but we didn't really spend much on him. I mean, we had to pay some commitment fee and all of that for him being a free agent and all of that. But that's about it. So I think people need to accept that this new structure is gonna be unique. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be something that Chelsea fans have been used to. But I mean, I believe to some extent it's good for the club because we don't want to have an outrage where some players believe that I've been adding more value to this team than these new players, but they're getting more than me and they've not even kicked the ball once for the club. So I think it's for the sake of keeping everyone on a united front and not having that sort of disconnection and any issues within the squad. It's good to not decide to be sacrificing the wage bill that you're trying to build, and in the end it will save you the risk of these players not succeeding and you paying them a higher wage. It's less. So if they don't succeed, it's not a case where this player's getting 250,000 a week, but he's not adding much to the team. So it's a risky decision signing many young players, but if the wages are less than what we would have given to a Sterling or a Lukaku, for example, then I'm all for it. But I'm still concerned about the fact that the young players are what we're aiming for. Signing an 18-year-old who's literally younger than me, it's mind-boggling. They might as well just have signed me as a left back. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, you're 100% right. What you said, to be quite honest, it's something that we all Chelsea fans have to come together and talk about, because a lot of these stuff that they're doing doesn't really make sense in a lot of different ways. And we can say we're following this model or that model. Roman Abramovich did everything that these owners were doing, and a lot of these players are your Kennedy didn't work out. Your Pi what was his name, Peza, I think Lucas Peza or something like that, didn't work out.
Yeah, he was out on loan for like 10 years, I think, or something close to that. We signed him when he was 16 or something like that, and he left the club when he was 20, late 2020s. So that's embarrassing.
And Pekovic, the creation midfielder, that playing for Atlanta, he was on our book for so many years. Marco Van de Veen or whatever his name is, another one was on our book for how many years? The one that we get the transfer ban from, that at Aston Villa,
Who's that again? You
Traore.
got. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Cherry, is it right? Yeah, what's his name? It's not Bertrand. What's his name? Ah, yeah, he scored against us as well. Yeah, yeah, I remember. So there's a bunch of. I don't know. It's crazy. It really is crazy. I think because I think a lot of fans were blinded by the trophies that we won. But I've always, when I say certain things, people say that I so ungrateful. But at the end of the day, these things were beginning to happen long before these new owners. So you can blame the owners for what's happening now in terms of the fact that it's been 3 years that we've not even seen any level of stability or anything to really get behind them. But in the latter stages, even in the middle parts of it, we were starting to have struggles where the investments that we're making in players, they were not working out. And it got to the point where players like Eden Hazard and all that were the ones that were bringing the team and helping us to get that success. Experienced players, Aspi and Hazard and Kante to some extent, those are the players that we were relying on to really impress and to continue to push us in that right direction. So when those players leave or left, you actually saw that the depth is horrible, the quality isn't there, and the reliability is also not there. So it shows that Chelsea have digressed, they have regressed, and they're no longer a team that will impress. They have the history, they have the heritage that players, if you look to sign them, will know about, because Chelsea were a team that have that promising that story, winning what around 19 trophies in a period of 19 years or something along those lines. So it's I'm really concerned. You know, not losing out on certain players, it's made me realize that that one of the important things is that you can get your first choice options. At Chelsea, if we don't get our first choice option, then we go for our second, our third, or fourth option, barring a Cole Palmer, which has worked out tremendously. It never works out with those players. They always struggle. We saw that under Conte. He wanted certain players, he didn't get them. The other players that we did get, they worked out to some extent, but a lot of the players they left the club around 1 or 2 years later, or some would have stayed. Rudiger and Christensen was obviously at the club long before that. But players like that, those things were happening long before that. So I don't believe that blame the owners outright is right. And one thing I've noticed, a lot of fans these days are going back to the whole thing of, oh, Roma would never have chosen these owners. Oh, we should have gotten the Saudis and all of that. When if you look back at the facts, if you look back at the information that was shared, there's reasons why we got these owners. Roman put certain clauses in so that the club could not be floated. What we would have seen at Man United doesn't happen to Chelsea, but that doesn't mean that their intentions are good. It doesn't mean that it's not about pure profit for them. There's no guarantee of that. But at the end of the day, speculations. But I don't think it's fair to blame the owners, because Roman will start to go down that path of, let's invest in more young players. We literally got a transfer ban. I think you're the one to mention this as well, Garvan, or if my mind doesn't isn't failing me. We got a transfer ban because of the fact that we were signing a bunch of young players. So that shows that he was going down that path. So it's not unique. It's just a case where Todd Bowley and the consortium are continuing that project more, but to a more extent than what we want or what we expect. We're signing players who are 18, 19, 20, 21, and that's about it. But I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping these players just somehow are blessed with the reincarnation of the great players that we've had, or if that's unrealistic. So I don't know. I don't understand the goals that we have for next season, if they're indeed the case, because it's a big ask to ask Enzo Maresca to come in and deliver top four, getting Champions League qualifications, and we build on that. So I don't know. It really is seeing is believing. As coach would say, the aura business is really gone. You have to see to believe what's going on, and right now, what I'm seeing is what is making me believe that Chelsea will struggle.
I agree 100%. So what I say, 100%. I don't even have anything to add to that. And I also wish that what I believe is wrong and they would be successful. And it's not being negative, right? Because people that have known me for a long time, in fact, I was known for being super positive, always backing Pochettino. No, things will be all right. But given the facts and what we have in front of us, it seems very, very difficult, right? It just seems very difficult um, to get things aligned for the results to be, I mean, for the progress and the accumulation of points, wins to be more consistent for us to get a top four. Even a top four, I think, is difficult, is very difficult. And then the main objective is, of course, to win the Premier League. I always go to the drawing board. So, how long will it take for us to win the Premier League? So, I'll just leave at that. Dante says we are only nearly 2 years in properly. Wow, Lord Dante is advocating for the project. It's a long. Okay, so next point is great point. Abramovich chose them for a reason, cause they will eventually make the club better. Added clauses is there for a reason, I believe what he said. Mar said, I'm hoping we can get a European spot. I think we'll get a European spot, but perhaps not the Champions League. It's going to help them further with the project. So now moving to Euros, right? Okay, let me read Rich Moneymaker's sugar added comment. The sporting directors were shocked of the fan anger of losing Olise. Really?
Yeah, remember
And this
yesterday, before we go to the Euros, remember yesterday what I told you when we were on your channel, the same time as the Olise news come out. If you notice, when I was just telling you my reason why,
Yeah.
why the Olise move, and then afterwards, the breaking news, William I've signed, official. Remember I was telling you that I thought William Dean was already wrapped up, but it probably was waiting until
You in fact read it when it was posted on the Chelsea website. You broke it live on the telecast.
yeah. So
Yes.
before we go to the Euros, because I want to get Ty take on this, because this is just my opinion, Ty. I think that this William deal already finished, but just to sign a few papers. But I think it probably was the Olise deal, because if I was William and we're getting Olise, and I play the same place where Olise play, I wasn't gonna bother signing the contract, because where is my pathways? And I think Olise, for the reports was coming out, Alex was saying that Olise Camp was saying that he thought that Chelsea have him as their first priority, and they keep on talking about all these young players and put in priority to finish signing all these young players. So in his mind, he think that he said he's getting from a source that was close to Olise agent. So his words was he thought Olise thought that he was the first priority for Chelsea, but it seems like Chelsea have priority chasing other kids that playing in the same spot where he played, and what was the reason behind all of this. And he don't think that Chelsea really value him the way how they say they value him, because if not, they would have wrapped up the deal instead of chasing all of these kids, around. So they said that's one of the main reasons why Olise can probably put a higher wage bill just to get out of it, or whatever they were talking about, to kind of turn Chelsea off in that way to go to Bayern Munich. But I was telling Jersey before the news break that we signed William, that probably William Camp was thinking the same thing too. If I'm going to come in next season, why you want to sign a player that's already Premier League proven, in that spot, when you already got Noni Madueke there, Cole Palmer, where would I go? So I think that the Chelsea team itself was waiting for the first to put probably William on next season, bill, so they could avoid, whatever, because we're close to the fair FIFA for the financial fair play. So I think that they were just waiting until the 1st of July to really announce this deal, in my point of view. But because the backlash of the fans by losing out on Olise, that's one of the reasons why they just announced the signing of William exactly the same time as the Olise deal failed. You there, Ty? I guess I give Ty too much to take in one time.
Yeah, thank you, Meyer. I appreciate you for understanding the landscape. Yeah, he agrees, and he says it's difficult for Chelsea to compete based on the evidence we have in front of us. The PR messed me up with the Olise deal. I thought we bagged him.
Give Ty
Facts,
a
Dante.
second.
Sorry, Garvan.
No, go ahead. I'm saying we're going through these and then let's see if Ty get back. If not, we'll just go to the Euros.
Yeah, I'm just reading the comments. So, facts, Dante. I don't see this team going to UCL, probably Europa, at least with Carabao Cup or FA Cup. Dante says, Lord Dante back in the house. If that was Olise mentality and doesn't back himself, then good he didn't come. Okay. Rich Moneymakers, very good point. And I heard that Olise agents were not happy that we were dealing with the youngsters first and not showing respect to Olise team. I think it's difficult to tell what was the feeling, right? And who was thinking. I think at the end of the day, they are mostly professionals. They would see the package and the feasibility more than the feelings, I would say, right, Garvan? At this level, I don't think so. There would be feelings of hurt or stuff like that. I don't think so. If that is the situation, they cannot play professional football then, if they will be hurt on small matters. That's my opinion. So, trying to make his coffee. So yeah, now last but not the least, so we wind up the show, or if you want to continue, sure. As you know, I will have to go in 20 to 30 minutes. If Ty is here, then for sure, if you want, you can continue. Europe 2024, the in-demand football. The fans all over the world are excited, and of course, we are following our Chelsea players. Unfortunately, we don't get to see them a lot, like Cole Palmer. Cucurella is the one who has impressed a lot. Of course, Kante, we look back and miss him. And it's amazing, two back-to-back man of the matches. He's as good as he was in 2018 World Cup with France. So now, speaking of the most, you can say, popular person right now, in Euro 2024, the great Southgate. Yeah, Dante. Um, so I would like to have your take, and if Ty comes and Dante and everyone can add to that. And I've been criticized also, and Dante knows, and everyone knows, like by one gentleman in our community for being critical on this guy. But I think it's, I think I'm just one individual. Mm, I think overwhelming a big majority, perhaps 80 to 90% of the English fans, media, pundits, they are being very, very negative and calling him many things, right? So I'm not, I never go below the belt, right? I just think that this English team, as we discussed in other podcasts, to me is the best, has the best forward and the midfield in the world, I would say. And then seeing Southgate utilized the way he is quite embarrassing, I would say. It's very passive. It's something I don't understand. Anyway, so Garvin, I'll ask you what he said. He says that they aren't passing enough because they are not fit enough. And let me read his whole quotation. Southgate on pressing after the Denmark game. It is because we are not pressing well enough with enough intensity. We have limitations in how we can do that with the physical condition. We can't press as high up the pitch as we might have done in the qualifiers, for example, and we are not keeping the ball well enough. It is as, I repeat, it is as simple as that. To say that after working for 8 years with England, after working for 8 long years and coming up with this statement, I don't have any words, to give my surprise or shock to what he's trying to say. So, Ty is here. So, Ty, would you like to say anything to that?
Hold on a second, Jersey. You can go on Twitter, follow us on Twitter, and send us a message on Twitter. That's you, and then we can add you. Oh, sorry, you can go ahead, Jersey. You just someone want to join the community, so I was just telling them to follow us on Twitter.
Yeah,
On
Ty, go
X.
ahead
Sorry, on X.
with the remarks of legendary, iconic Southgate. Do you agree to what he says?
I mean, what's on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just quickly read through that again. So essentially saying that they aren't pressing enough because they're not fit enough. Why they're not fit enough? So you tell me that he selected players who are not fit enough. Um, I think that's simply an excuse. Certain players didn't make the list because of whatever circumstances that he would have given. There are also players who are not playing that I'm sure would offer more than the players that he's playing. So I don't know. He's shooting himself in the foot by saying what he said. And another thing is, if the team isn't pressing enough, if you know what the problem is, why are you not doing anything about it? Why are you not altering it? It's from the matches that I've seen and the bits of the matches I have seen. It's the structure is still the same. There's no change. There's no alteration. He may ask them to be more intense, and then the intensity go up. But at the same time, it's not free flowing. It's not impressive. The ball retention is poor. They can't retain the ball if they put there's a turnover of possession quickly with the opponents. It's embarrassing. So if he's gonna be saying that, oh, we're not pressing enough because they're not fit enough, are all the players that you have, the players that you've selected in the squad, not fit enough? And if they're not, why would you have selected them? You had a list. You had to reduce the list. but and you chose players that are apparently not fit enough. And I'm sure that you'd be able to know if a player is fit enough based on how they were doing in the preliminaries. You should have been able to know that. So what he's saying is horse dung, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, what what caliber of players that you have, what's the limitations that can be there. And any good coach will be able to do that. So if he doesn't know that, that means that he's not a good coach. Then it's simple as that.
Yes, there is eyes on the wall. Correct, correct. So Dante knows I know what he's referring to. So, Garvin, anything you would like to add? Because England, of course, is a fashionable. I mean, fashionable in terms of football country with a lot of noise, with a lot of media buzz. Of course, has Premier League players from
Uh,
United to Chelsea, Liverpool, City. I mean, I really think they have I think they have the best squad in Euro 2024, you know. And do you think they can win the Euros?
no, I don't think England probably even passed the round of 16, to be quite honest. And not saying the players are bad. It's just the team management gonna give them a big L. You know, Thai team look really good. Your team look really good. That's Germany and the Netherlands. You know, France, Spain, even Australia look way better than England. England looked like the second worst team in the entire tournament. And we all love the Premier League, and we all would want to see England do well because of the way how we love the Premier League. But on a big scale, like this England team is not performing in no form of way that you can have a little bit of hope, you know, to say that you can see England going somewhere. They're not going nowhere at all. It's an early call, and it can probably come right back at me. But I will never sit here and tell anyone that England is living up to expectation. You know, Gareth Southgate being criticized for years to be sticking with the same players over and over, and now he changed the squad where he picked players on form, but he's still not giving them game time. For me, it's good in a way that I see Cole Palmer not really playing in this squad right now the way how England is playing, because you know the backlash that will come, that oh it's because of Cole Palmer, oh because of Kobe Menu, you know the backlash for young players. So for me it's really good to see that it's the senior players that he stick with over the years, not giving them the performance, and not the young players that really had to the squad, because he come out and said, oh, the team is unbalanced because we didn't bring that midfielder that's at West Ham that always get red card every time you get a game, that was at Manchester City, Kevin Phillips. Oh, the team is unbalanced because you see we miss the likes of a Kevin Phillips. One player don't stop a show, and Kevin Phillips don't perform for so many years for club, and why would you take him to a tournament? So for me, Southgate is the biggest failure for England, and it's going to continue this way until they get a better manager.
So we talked on this in another podcast. So Ty, I know you have been very busy with your schedule. If you got the chance to watch the highlights of the games, even if you have not, you are the encyclopedia as far as N'Golo Dante goes. Two back-to-back man of the match performances and awards with France. And I was talking to Garvan, that he is as good in this tournament as he was with France when they won the World Cup in 2018. And I mean, a lot to desire, as we and you, Ty, have been talking about the lack of experience and where Chelsea are right now. And then we look at I'm saying Dante, because Dante is here. Look at Conte, and I mean he's exceptional. He was exceptional. So it's still a great thing for the Chelsea fans to see him. Two man of the match performances. I won't be surprised if he'll be the player of the tournament if France goes all the way to the final. So anything you would like to say, Ty?
While Ty, till Ty get back, for me, Conte, as I always said, is a player that I would have kept, to help these young players, and I think we would have done better, especially even last season. If we did give Conte a contract, and probably this season, we could have sell Conte and still make a profit. I know they're probably thinking about the wage bill and the injury that Conte got, but Conte is a player that you can always take a gamble on because of what he's shown over the years. That when he's in a team, he make that team better. His work rate is really good. A lot of people don't talk about Conte movements of the ball, and they don't talk about what he possessed of his passing. Those are some things that underestimate in my point of view. But he's a good player overall. He can control the game, and a lot of times he just don't get the highlights on that part. They just get how we win the ball back and all of those little things. But for me, man of the match in 2 games, he done that. He done that before. When we go on and did win that Champions League, I think Conte win about 4 back-to-back man of the match awards. Leading up to that final. So Conte is this type of player. When he's on the pitch, he's there. When he's not there, you can see the big hole and the big gap that's in that team. But when he's on the pitch, he's on it. The whole entire world can see. He don't do nothing spectacular like a lot of the eye merchants people will look at. Like he's not that skillful on the ball, but his work is there, and you can see what he brings to each and every team. So Conte well deserved, and too bad or lost we didn't keep him for at least 1 or 2 more seasons to help these young players grow.
So Ty, are you back? Ty, if you can be back, it will help because I have to leave in 5 minutes.
Oh,
Are you here?
you can go. I got this. Anytime you're ready. Ty, when Ty come back, he come back.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed the show. I already told to the audience if they might be thinking that Jerry Z is leaving before his work hours. I requested a legendary GFC Garvan before the show that I will need to get off a little early. So I already took the request. So as much as I would love to continue, of course, we are here throughout the summer and of course when the season starts. So apologize from my end if I have to leave early. I'm sure Garvan, Ty, and anyone who would like to join would enjoy the show. And perhaps there are other topics that they would discuss, maybe Euros, Copa America, or any other thing. So
Yeah.
thank you, Garvan, for having me. Thank you, Lord Dante, Ty, Rich Moneymakers, to the legend Coachella himself, and if anyone I forgot, Meyer, and some other people who are in the chat. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys soon. Enjoy the show. Keep on going, Garvan. GFC Garvan. Come on, you Blues.
Yeah, I'm going on for a little bit more until we can go to the Euros. But we're gonna go back to some transfer news in a little bit because I saw that we linked with a few strikers that I really want to touch on, where we've been linked with some five main strikers that I really want to touch on, that they said we're really supposed to be getting, and I don't know which one of these strikers that we're really gonna get, to be quite honest, but I would love the chance, for us to sign um probably that Stuttgart striker Goretzka. He seems like he is a striker that we should really go for. In mine, that's just my takes on it. I think that we should definitely go for that Goretzka guy because he looks really impressive in mine in my take. I don't know if Chelsea really want this player. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that we definitely gonna get him, but these are the names that we're going for. I'm just want you guys' take on it to see which one of these strikers you guys will definitely take. In the comment section. These are the five names that we've been linked with for a minute now. You know, did did Duran the deal? I don't know. We keep on hearing that the deal will be closed. Marco, I don't know. This one is the first I'm hearing about the Maximal, and David. I saw him play against Argentina, and for me, he doesn't impress me. But I see a lot of people been talking about him, said he's a good striker. But in my port, he doesn't impress me at all, to be quite honest. Jonathan David, he haven't impressed me, and I see a lot of him because he probably be on this side of the world. He played for Canada, and I watch him against Argentina. When Canada play against Jamaica, a lot of times I do watch him, and he doesn't impress me a lot, to be quite honest. So Marine is on the screen right now, and welcome to the show, brother. You hear me, Marine?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you real well.
All right, okay. No, it's just the network. Sorry.
What do you think about these strikers that we're linked with? These five strikers. That's the main striker. What do you takes on these strikers?
Yeah, anyway, before I just hop on, big up to you, Garvan, for having me on the platform. Big up to everyone who's here. And yeah, please share the link, subscribe, and yeah, let's do the most, guys. Back to the question. I'm not actually pleased enough. I think I'm pleased with Jonathan David because he has experience with Champions League football. But with other, with other strikers, I'm not really keen to it. With Magu, is it Goyu from Barca? Yeah, I've
Uh-huh.
seen some potential, plays from him. I've seen some potential games from him, but at least I could say, like all the other leagues, it's just different to Premier League. We just need a striker that's more physical, versatile, direct, and when we are linked to these players, are they at that caliber yet? I'm not sure. But we'll just have to wait and see, though. I've heard that one or two of the strikers that we linked, they're just gonna be backup for Nicholas Jackson. But yeah, I'm just curious who we're gonna be going for. I think it's Jonathan David for sure.
Yeah, I think so too. I know his experience. Honestly, I know he's been around for a while now, but I don't know because when I saw him play for Canada, he don't impress me at all, especially when they play against Jamaica. Because I tuned in to watch all those games because they're, you know, I'm born in Jamaica, so I tuned in to really watch those games, and I don't really get that vibes that I would really want him as one of my striker. To be quite honest, I can be wrong, but the rest of names there, I don't really know them. So now what you're saying, and it makes sense because I would rather right now go for him instead of the rest of names because honestly, I don't know nothing about the rest of names. Duran, we know a little bit about Duran because he played in the Premier League for Aston Villa, but he doesn't get a lot of game time, to be quite honest. So out of the five that's there, he's the most lightly experienced one that you can really can say you can go for. The rest is just there. You know, I don't know. I don't know what to say too much about him, to be quite honest. I would definitely have to see how I can figure it out, and see what would be the best option, for us. But as we know, as Chelsea fan, striker is not one of our main thing for a while now, because we've been on a lot. You have to say unfortunate when it comes on to strikers, for us, because we get a lot of strikers in our lifetime. We see a lot of strikers come through, and the only one that really lived up to expectation, and the only one that I can say really do something for us, or the last striker, was Diego Costa. From Diego Costa, I don't see no one else that come, to be the main striker at Chelsea and perform the way that how we expect. So it's it's an hard one for me, to be quite honest, to see which striker would be the perfect striker for us. It's just a guess. It's just a guess game, in my point of view. You know, it's
Yeah,
just a guess game in the
that is
striker
true.
striker market.
That is so spot on, because I think now we're at the point where really can't get a proper nine. Like, it's been a while we actually bought a proper nine. Before that's like after Diego Costa. Yeah, I mean, Morata did his thing. I feel like Morata also has to be linked in that caliber as well. Tammy Abraham, I just feel like we should have given more time. Tuchel should have given more time, because I felt like I think he was gonna live up to his potential. But like you said, Garvan, spot on. Like, since Diego Costa, we haven't sort of found our proper nine. So I think now, the way we going forward, we just need to look at a profile and just see, okay, the type of player we're getting, what type of system does he play? Will he fit in the system of the team? Now it's not. Back then we were like concerned of signing a striker. Now we're signing a striker to benefit the team. It's no longer about the striker itself. It's about the whole team. So we just have to look at that way and just focus on that. And yeah, it's been a problem with the striker. I think since Diego Costa, we haven't fully enough maybe found actually proper nine. But maybe we can just sit and wait and see. We might be blessed. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, that's spot on.
As we saw here, the William is signing his contract. We definitely, the all the documents have signed. So he's not coming to Chelsea. He signed a 8-year contract, and he's coming after the FIFA World Cup next season. So he's definitely gonna play for his native team right now, that he's playing at Palmeiras before, and then
Palmeiras,
after
okay.
then he's gonna join Chelsea. He signed an eight-year contract. What do you think about this signing?
I think this is, I could say, could be an excellent signing if he's on a death row contract, because, and as well, we're giving him a loan spell for a year to, like, maybe for him to actually get to the level of Premier League or so forth, or maybe get some experience. As you can see now, not only him was in accountable of the team. Also, we've seen the likes of Hendrick and the other boys that were involved in the team. You could see they're going to other teams like Real Madrid, Wolverhampton, and all those and so forth. So we could see like these young Brazilian young players are actually doing wonders. So I'm actually happy for this deal. A lot of people will say, no, he's a young, we should have never paid a lot for this money, but this is a good deal. You know, I just feel like his first season he should go for a loan because I just don't want to risk a player, especially a player that has a lot of flair to him. One bad injury on him, you can just it's game over. But yeah, I think he's gonna be an exciting player to watch. I can't wait for him to see him.
Yeah, as Dante is saying right here, William not getting any loan, he is a first team player. That's what I'm saying. Like, missing out on Olise, in my point of view, Olise, my thought on Olise is he's not going to a rival in the Premier League where he can hurt us at this time unless we meet him up in Champions League. So he go to German Bundesliga. For me, he's a plus. If I lose out on him, if we just lose him to Arsenal or Manchester United or City or Tottenham, one of those teams, that would have hurt us more, because we would have faced this guy. But now we're not going to face them unless we meet up with them in the Champions League. So for me, it's something that I'm happy about that he chose the German giant, as they call him. We're not going to face him. So for me, William is a kid that every Premier League team in the future gonna have to worry about because this player, he is a talent. I watched him the other night. He didn't get the assist, but he was the man before the assist. To be quite honest, it was his wonderful work down the left, down the right that create the impact that it done in that goal. Their team won 2-1, the final score, but it was a wonderful game, to really take in.
Yeah, I mean, positive attribute from him. I mean, if you have a player that's also rounded about, direct, goes with the team, plays for the team. I mean, this is one of a player you need. Especially we need, a number 10 that's more direct. Yes, we have Cole Palmer for that. We have Nkunku, but you need a little bit of legs on the flank. Someone that could challenge a defender. And I'm sure he's one of that caliber. He's one of those players that we have right now. With also as well Dante talking about who's this Perez from Ecuador, bro. I watched him play some sets of games for Ecuador. Wow, what a talent! Yes, he had a bad game. The last game I watched, he actually had a bad game, but his movement, everything, like you can see he's very special, but it just needs time and development, and yeah, we just have to wait and see how they'll develop. But really excited for these players.
Yeah. Now we're gonna like what William already signed the contract, and 8-year contract, and this is gonna be after the Club World Cup. Now we're gonna talk about the pies. I don't know if you get to watch the game yesterday, Dante. Like, he was magnificent in that game yesterday for Ecuador versus Venezuela. They lost 2-1, but their captain get a red card in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. And this kid surprised me because in that game, he was playing as an 8. He wasn't even playing. Big up Tobago, big up, bro. He wasn't even playing as a winger. A lot of people have been saying why we've been stockpiling players in at that right wing, but he don't play as a winger for his country. He plays as an 8. And I didn't know that this kid was so physically strong, mentally. And not only that, he can tackle too. So he can play as one of the eights in the midfield, to be quite honest. This kid showed me a lot of different things that I didn't know yesterday, about his game, because down 10 men, and they didn't even take him off the field. He played right through until about the 80 something minutes. So that to show you that this kid got a lot of potential, a lot of talent. He can play multiple position, and that's what you need. You know, yeah. Dante said, yeah, he moved to the 8 because of the red card. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dante. Like none of us know that this kid could have played in the eighth. A lot of people put him as a winger, but he showed that he's not only just a winger. He's similar to Cole Palmer. He can always go on the inside. He can play as a 10. He can play as an eight, and he can also play as a winger. So that to show you that we do got a multiple talent that right there with him and the William kid because William can play on the left too and he can play also on the right. I don't remember of him playing the 10, but you know, him and Kendrick, like we got a generation talent in these two players.
Yeah, we do most definitely. I mean, well, we actually also paid a lot for them, so I'm expecting a lot more from them. But from players, like even I think before we were linked to him, like the way I saw him play, I just knew that okay, this kid is gonna be special. But like we just need to develop them properly. And if they find a way to develop these players, especially William and players like if they found a solid ground for them, I think if they kick on straight away, I'm sure they'll have a wonderful impact in the Chelsea history. So yeah, I can't wait for them to get started. They're gonna come in years' time. Williams coming in next season's time. PS is coming in next 2. So yeah, it gives us time to also regroup, to rebuild as well from the back, from the certain areas we have still have problems on. But spot on, yeah, players we can play him on a 10, can play him on an 8. We need players that can actually play in 3 type of positions at once, so that when we have some players that are lacking depth, we have 1 or 2 players that can play in similar positions. So yeah, that's one good positive trait about playing with different types of style of play and playing in different positions, knowing how to play in different type of positions. So yeah, I'm excited for them. Really, am excited for them to come to Chelsea, and yeah, and want to see how well they're gonna do here. So
As indefinite in the building, welcome to the show, brother. As he said here, for me, if they didn't go down to 10 men, I think they would have won this game. I think they would have blew Venezuela out of the water. To be quite
yeah,
honest, like the goal before the red card, the pass that Kendrick Pyatt opened up the whole entire Venezuela with one pass, that led to the red card because it was a pass that he opened it up the whole entire team and slotted through for his left winger, and the cross that he put across, it was Pais that he made the pass, and he's the one that reached into the box to go on the end of that cross. The goalkeeper make a magnificent save, and when the ball come back out, that's when the captain, try to put it back in the back of the net, but his foot was too high, hit the player in the chest. And that's what comes with the red card. But that to show you that he's a player that don't only play and stand, he play and move, and that's what you want because he made the pass and he is the one that reached to the end of that cross. So that to show you the awareness of this young player. That to show you the brain that he got, the football IQ, as a lot of people will say, that this young kid have is just one to watch for the future.
most definitely. I think if he could surpass Hazard's record, by the doubts, I'll be excited with that. I doubt going to Lampard's record. Let's hope if they do. But I just want the best for these players because these players, even if they leave our football club, if they go on forward to Madrid, Barca, I just want them to really play football in our club, really play the ball, and yeah, and we can develop them very good because they're very young, and sometimes with young players, their first season, if it doesn't kick on, it sometimes usually ends badly. But yeah, I'm excited to see them come play. Yeah, what a special talent they are.
And for me, a lot of these kids gonna use Chelsea as a stepping stone because they saw a lot of great that come to Chelsea and then leave Chelsea and go to the likes of Real Madrid and stuff like that. So I think a lot of these young players know that if they come to Chelsea, a lot of eyes gonna be on them because Chelsea tend to produce good players over the years, and a lot of our good players normally after go to Real Madrid because we in Real Madrid seems that we got a good relationship where we always do some player swapping, just like with your likes of your Kovacic, your back in the days, your Claude Makalele, your who else we got that go to Real Madrid? Carvalho, went there, and Diarra, we did have a midfielder, Diarra, that went to Real Madrid and to Chelsea and back and forth. So we normally have a good relationship with Real Madrid where they will come in for players, your Eden Hazard, your Rudiger. We normally your Kappa, and we can go on and on. There's a lot of players that left Chelsea and go to Real Madrid, and players that leave Real Madrid and come to Chelsea. So the relationship is there, for many years. So I think that a lot of these players look at Chelsea as probably that's my stepping stone towards my Real Madrid or my Barcelona because Chelsea not gonna stand in your way, if you want to go. And so far, it's good to have these young players, especially a Cole Palmer, that come in and prove to the world, that he just deserve a chance and he get the chance and he make use of it. So right now, one of our mark stone right now is Cole Palmer. A lot of players gonna look at Cole Palmer and said if he can make that move and go to Chelsea and get that opportunity, and the club stick by him, back him in every way, even though he's a young player and he's new to the team, and they show him this commitment. I probably can go there and get the same too if I go there and perform. So we're not gonna have a problem to sign young players, in that unless we keep on old until a lot of these players after they start to gradually grow. But players will come to Chelsea. It's just a matter of we need to find a good balance of the squad, and hopefully this season that coming, all of these young players can live up to expectation and we can push on. Unfortunate we're gonna lose out on some of these young talent that we try to sign. Your Olise, your Lemina, the young right back. If I pronounce his name properly, that choose to go to Wolves. A lot of these young players right now. When you think about this young kid that Chelsea signed, Fabrizio, I've saying that here we go on the Omar kid from Aston Villa. I don't really know much about him to be quite honest, but for what I'm hearing from Rich Moneymaker early in the stream, that he's a talent. I trust in what Rich Moneymaker tell me because he always give me some scoop and it always turned out to be true, to be honest. And I always tell him like, your source is good. So what do you think about this kid?
I've never heard of him. What position does he play?
I think he's a striker.
Sorry, come again. I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Oh, I think he's a striker from Aston Villa Academy.
Oh,
But
from
Rich
Aston
Moneymaker
Villa.
probably give us more in the
Oh,
chat because Rich Moneymaker know more about him.
no. Okay. Um, if he's from the academy, then if he's a Villa Academy graduate, then you know, I have some intakes about graduates, but you know, if if we are also linked to him, it just shows like our profile for strikers. It's now from 20 years old to 25. Not more than that. They want someone that's young, fresh, talented, who's ready to kick on. Um, yeah, I mean, if they're going on that route, I mean, looking for someone that could be Jackson's backup. I mean, if it's gonna be a good deal, then why not, bro? Like, at the end of the day, they just, as you analyze a player, they need to sit down and really see and really check on where did the player play and how long has he been performing. Is it been performing good? Is it been performing bad? But at the same time, you need to see his criteria as well, like his experience. Is he gonna be experienced enough to play for Chelsea Football Club? I mean, Chelsea Football Club is one of the biggest club in the world. It's not just like, okay, I'm just going there to play for Chelsea. No, you know, if you want to be a top player, these are the clubs that you want to have to play for, so you can attract more good teams around. So yeah, it just comes back down to, if we get in players, we need to analyze them. But I'm sure he's a very good player. I just need to sit down and look at him. I never heard of him that much.
Yeah, you said it's correct. You know, indefinite. What he's saying. I totally agree. We definitely need a goalkeeper though, and we definitely need another center back because my
Yep.
struggle with the center back is we don't know what Fafana we're gonna get back. To be quite honest, I don't know if Fafana gonna come back and can play the whole entire season because remember this guy don't even play 2 seasons in a straight for us, so none of us know if he's gonna ever come back to his best. So you're correct. Like but the number 8 is where a puzzle. We got a lot of number 8s to be quite honest. Midfield wouldn't be my problem. My biggest problem is the center back and the goalkeeper right now, and the striker. The striker will be one of my main priority. But I don't care, as I always said here, Marine, and you can back me up on this one. I always said I don't care if the striker is for £1, £2, 100,000. I don't care as long as he can put the ball in the back of the net. I don't really care how much that striker costs. The main thing is to put the ball in the back of the net, and that's my biggest concern is a striker to put the ball in the back of the net. So it doesn't matter how much that player value. I don't care if you pick up someone off the street. I just want someone to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yep, I think that's a number nine's attribute. You have to put, as a striker, you need to know how to score, you need to know how to dribble, you know how to shoot. I think that's one of the things, I think modern day strikers um, are more different compared to the strikers we had back then. The likes of Drogba, the likes of Wayne Rooney, Van Nistelrooy, Raul, all those guys. And when we have the players like Haaland and the players like Kylian Mbappe, we can see now like the game has fully changed. And getting to those typical traditional number nines, they're no more there. So yeah, it's like you said. So like if you're number nine, you have to score a goal. You have to. But yeah, I mean, Chelsea's, I think the areas we just full loaded of defenders. I think centre backs, we have a lot of centre backs. I think now we have five. We have Tosin, Colwell, Balasie, Disasi. If Chalap's going to stay, that's already five centre backs. Um, I'm not sure who I mentioned yet. I don't know, but I think our like mainly concerned problem in the areas are flanks, okay, and a striker. I think we should really get a left back, a backup for a left back because Martin is probably going to go to Aston Villa. There's some news about that, but I think they should also just concentrate on filling up on the left side. The wingers, they shouldn't concentrate on the wingers. I mean, they have Modric, Madueke. The Nkunku can also slide into that slot. But our main concern, our main problem is the striker. We need a striker. So if we get a striker, we knock on the striker. A lot of people say they don't want Jonathan David. It's not for him, but he's not linked for a reason. So I mean, if he's linked to Chelsea Football Club, I'm sure he's quite good. But we just have to wait and see. We really need a proper nine because I think that's gonna help us in the long run. If we really get a decent proper nine, that's gonna help us a lot.
Remember, I was telling you earlier about the Jonathan Davis, and I think Dante got the same thought as me. I'm not saying he's not a good striker. I'm just saying that for what I see when he play against the Jamaica, the smaller teams in the Caribbean, he doesn't do much for me, and something that light my eyes up. To be quite honest, he do well when he's over there in France. So it can be the quality of players that he's playing with. When you play for your club week in, week out, and when you play for internationally couple months, in the year, it's different. So my biggest concern is he don't lit up the world for me. But I can go back to Leon Bailey that played for Jamaica. When he played for Jamaica, he don't light up the room, like when he's at Aston Villa. So it's kind of like a halfway in the middle on both sides. But I'm not fully convinced. I know Indefinite put up a statement earlier when he was saying about the striker that it would block the likes of Nico and David Washington, Whisper. But right now, Whisper is out injured. I think he done a surgery, if I'm not correct, and it come from a good source. Someone that over in Jamaica gave me the information that he's supposed to do a knee surgery. That's why I didn't play the last few games of the season for Chelsea development team. So he's probably gonna be out for at least 5 to 6 weeks. I don't know how true that is. It's not a major injury. It's just an old injury that reoccur where it seems like he got a chip on his knee or something, like keeping it to be swollen after a while when it acted too much. So it's not a big injury, but they said the best way to do it is just to do a small surgery on it, get it over with. A lot of these injuries probably is not even surgery. It's probably just some little stuff they have to do on it. But a lot of times, if you have to get a little slice, they said it's a surgery. So none of us really know what's going on right there. But I don't think it's nothing major, and I just think that is a precaution. That's why he's not in the Jamaican national team at the Copa America. But hopefully he come back stronger. But he proved that he can be a good striker. But we still definitely need an experienced striker, a batsman, someone that Jagorowski. I think that we should pay that 17 million release clause, at least for 2 seasons. We can sell him on for little or nothing, but your Davis right now, I would bag on that player right now instead of Davis. And by then, Nicholas Jackson probably be the leading striker. And all these young strikers one of those can be a backup. What about what about the other David that we already have? David Fafana.
David Dave
He
Fofana,
proved to
yeah.
me he's a good striker. So what happened to him?
Um, I think he had a good loan spell at Bentley before he went to Union Berlin. So I'm not sure if the thing is, I think when it comes to Maresca's style of play, he also wants a striker that can also link up with the midfielders. So he's also that type of player, but I think as well he lacks a little bit of experience because he just came in about, and I think it's because as well like they didn't allow him to develop him fully. They didn't give him a whole season. He just got shipped. A few months later, he got shipped to another team, and also I think that's also concerning me with the loan spells and what's going on with that when we bring players from, especially Cassidy. Cassidy was outstanding at Leicester City, bro. When I was watching his clips, he was banging GAs like crazy, like game in and game out. Then all of a sudden we recall him. After recalling him, you don't use him anymore, you know? So that's one thing that's really concerning me, with developing our players, how we develop our players. So like I said, like if we find a way to develop these young players, you groom them properly, I'm sure they'll have a good path, you know. One of I should say one of our greatest regret is Musiala, letting go of Musiala, not giving him an opportunity to develop him. I don't. Yes, I'm not sure he'll get to that level where he is right now, but I'm sure he will be somewhere if he had been at Chelsea, if was at Chelsea right now compared to right now where he's at Bayern and where he's cooking. So yeah, this small things, you just need to pay attention with the loan deals, the young players. Um, Pretty much sure I don't want them to buy a lot of potential players because now we're gonna have stockload of potential players where we're gonna develop them. Like you said, Garvan, sir, sometimes when you loan players, they don't normally have a good season that side because, they're not actually, a parent club. They're not part of the club. They're just there, just for a loan spell. So, some players, I'm sure if we give them one or two, three players that have good loan spells, I'm sure we can back one great talent there. No, I've seen eyes on Angelo, Amari Hutchinson, but he's leaving. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? But we just have to wait and see.
I saw a good talk here between Dante and Tobago about Isak and Alvarez. I would snap Newcastle finger off right now for Isak because for me he's a better footballer, overall footballer than Alvarez. I would take Isak right now, and so I'm 100% with Dante with that one, and I'm 100% with Tobago, where Tobago is saying, you know, he worth about 100 million. So good luck, and that's just the truth. And then I think indefinite was saying something about if we need a real proper striker, they're gonna need over 200,000 per week. So all three of them got it spot on. I would be blessed if all three can go together, and make one. To be quite honest, because I would definitely take Isak right now with this team that we got. You put a Isak in there, trust me, we're only where we're looking is upwards because Isak is a good finisher. Like notice how this guy's finishing. A lot of these goals they take them from nothing at all. You don't have to create for him. He know how to create for himself. So putting a like of Isak in this team right now, like this is what I want. This is what all of us would need. Isak with this young team with the creativity of Palmer and your and even Jackson can be coming off the left because if if Modric not performing, like you should take him out of the team. Who's not performing, they out of the team. So all three of you are correct. Like if we could put all three together and get Isak, to be quite honest, if the board, think about what all three of you guys said and try to fix it and put it into one, we definitely would be up there next season, knocking on the door of Arsenal and Manchester City because he is a lead finisher. So we cannot take that from him.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'd actually rate him. I highly rate him. I actually have him on my team. It's just his wage, bro. His price tag, guys. Like, I think um, it'll be a huge risk to actually go fully in for him. I truly respect his game. I truly respect what he has done for Newcastle throughout the season when he came to the Prem. He's a good runabout quality player, good finisher, great on the ball. He knows how to link with his teammates. I mean, like a type of a player like that just needs to be in a good big team, one of a He deserves to play for one of the biggest teams in England. And I'm sorry if there's Newcastle fans around, but I mean, yeah, Isak, I really, I'll actually take him. I think it's just because of the price tags. I mean, the route we're on right now, I don't think they would want to splash a player that's more than 60, 70. They almost did it with Olise though, but I don't think they want to go another further with another player that's more than 100, because we already spelled two, three players that's on 100 mil. So, but I would take Isak. I would take Isak other than Alvarez. I saw someone comparing Alvarez to Kulu Aguero. Wow, no. But yeah, Alvarez, I don't know about him having Aguero's regen, but I would also take Alvarez. Good player, bro. Very great. Is I think is the play that the false nine system that he plays. Wow, amazing. I mean, he loves getting behind the striker. He's like a second striker. At to me, as I see him play, it's like a second striker. And but wow, he's very versatile at it though. You can see him. He cuts in, he goes back, he throws back, he sometimes drops. He links the play, he switches the ball. You need a player like that. You can even play him number 10 as well. You can play him an 8, you know. So we need players like that. So yeah, I'm sure if we had players like that, they would have a good, impact on Chelsea Football Club. A really good impact.
Thank you, Rich Moneymaker, for the update because I thought he was a striker. To be quite honest, that's where everywhere I turned, that's where I heard that he's a striker. So thank you for the update because I didn't even know. When you put it in details too, that he born in September, the 15th. So thank you for the scoop and to help me to learn more about this young player. Because honestly, the first time I'm really hearing about him is when we linked with him with most of these players. But I think though in this part though, I think that a lot of these players are using Chelsea as a stepping stone because I think that most of these
Yes.
links that were linked with a lot of players, I don't think Chelsea is really in for a lot of these players to be quite honest. But once you hear Chelsea name, like other teams gonna start to look because how I should put it, like the PR merchants right now is high. Like a lot of people is just putting out PR and agents are just linking Chelsea with a lot of these players, to be quite honest. So I don't know. And then the player trading, it's a thing that that's where I saw the game was going or is going these days. Like player trading is something that is going to be something new to the game and something that we fans have to learn to adapt to. And it's coming because a lot of these teams gonna start to do player trading. I don't know what you think about it, Marin, because we talked about it earlier with Jersey, but you weren't here. But recently, you got the likes of Juventus started want to do a player trade with Aston Villa for Douglas Luiz, with two players coming that way with a little bit of cash, and see Chelsea is doing the same thing with Ian Matson and this young player. And, I think that teams are just putting money. I heard a lot of people saying that is money laundering these teams are doing now. But I think that's the way the game is going. I think they're trying to cut back on the spending.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the bigger teams now realize that with player tradings, I think they make more valuable money out of it, probably by just swapping players through dealing through contracts and through negotiation. You will have someone probably buying Mbappe for like 100 mil, sorry, someone was calling me. Sorry. You have someone that's like Mbappe for 100 mil, and one big club is gonna buy him, and will consider selling one of the good young players with it. So I think we've got into this business of sorry again. We've got into this business of now in modern day football, we are trading players too, and I think they are finding a way of getting, I think, money from that. I think they're trying to value something from that, and we've seen. I think I've seen this before. Also, I think that also happened with the Higuain contract with Napoli. I think Real Madrid also swapped a player, or Napoli swapped a player. So yeah, if this is happening, I'm sure
Not
this is
cutting
gonna
you. Chelsea
continue
do it
on and
too.
on.
Remember we swatched with David Luiz and for Matic. So
Oh
we
yes, 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 yes. Matic went to what you call this? Where did Matic went to? No, it was at United. The
no
time when we
Matic
did the
no
double deal.
Matic went to back in the Matic. I think Matic went to Benfica, and then we go back and buy him after that. Buy him, and then we then we go back and buy him again. Buy him back to come back to Chelsea. But he swapped with
Oh,
David Luiz.
with
Matic
David
go the
Luiz.
other way,
Okay. Wow.
and
Oh,
then we
the
go
time
back and buy him
when,
back from Benfica.
okay, that was the time when we bought David Luiz as well, right?
Yes.
From Benfica. So yeah, like if it happens like that, I'm sure. No, I think football clubs have realized like I think now they can make more money from just swapping players around, and as well as like just letting them get their own value. Not just putting them on the, because sometimes with players, most of the clubs don't really actually go to those type of players because of their value. I mean, like who would spend almost 250 mil for Bellingham? Come on, but that's a lot of money. But they would wait on 4 years until the guy grants on the contract, then you go for free. So I think they are just avoiding that. Also, maybe avoiding inflation too with the players, the wages as well. Yeah, I mean, business is just actually growing bigger and bigger. With football, when it comes to football now, it's just politics. So yeah, I think I think it's just financial reasons. That's all with players getting traded as well. So yeah.
Yeah, going back to the days, if you notice in the Italian Serie A back in the 90s, the Italian Serie A was one of the highest paid league in the world. And if we notice that the Italian Serie A right now is in financial strain because of the financial package that they used to play back in the days, because all the best players in the world used to play over there. And I think they go into bankruptcy, to be quite honest. Your Juventus, your Inter Milan one at a time, your AC Milan. If you notice, they fall from grace. And there was a time when where there was the darling of Europe, where they dominated the European League. The Spanish league was always there, but it was just only two teams, so it wasn't getting the attraction. Back in the days, it was just the Italian Serie A, to be quite honest. The German Bundesliga used to even more than even the Spanish league, because when you're watching the Spanish league, you only go there to watch your Real Madrid most of the time. Even before Lionel Messi, it was just Real Madrid was buying up all these Galacto players and put them in one team. The Barcelona used to have like your Rivaldo, and they used to challenge, but not that much until Pep come and take it over, and then the Real Madrid superstar team that started to fade away, and then you got the two-horse race when you got the like of Lionel Messi coming in and stuff like those. But the Italian Serie A was the league, just like the Premier League. It was the mark of football, and that's one of the things that bring them to the ground is the wages that they used to pay these players, and all these agents fees and all of those things that bankrupt that league, to be quite honest, make it seems like it's not that league that it used to be anymore. So the Italian team used to be in the Champions League final almost every year. Your AC Milan, your Juventus,
True.
your Inter Milan. So I don't see nothing wrong with it if they can bring down the budget in the league, in the Premier League, because you don't want a sponsor or something change, and then a team or the club or the FA cannot afford this financial balance, and then the league go down, because we all love the English league and we all invest in it. You don't want nothing major to happen and then team cannot sustain their self. And we see the likes of your Derby County, your Bolton Wanderers, your Ipswich that just come up, your Nottingham Forest, your Middlesbrough, your Stoke, um, your Portsmouth. I'm trying to your Wigan. I'm trying to remember all those teams that back in the days used to be in the Premier League. That used to up and down, and then a lot of them, go into administration because of the strain. They can't keep up with the rest of the teams and the owners. The QPR one of the time I have a rich owner. One of the time they were trying to sign
Yes.
Ronaldinho. So that to show you that you have to keep a balance. I don't mind for the owners to keep a balance on the books. I don't mind the owners trying to take back control of the finance, because I want to see my team for decades, up there. I don't want to see my team reaching none of those situations where a lot of these young players, go on big wages, and then after a while you can sustain it, and then you still fall from grace. I don't want to see Chelsea in that situation. So for me, I'm good with the owners trying to do what they're doing. If you perform well, you get the incentive. If we stay in Europe, you get your bonus. If we're out of Europe, your wages cut. I don't mind to see stuff like those, because in Europe you get the money. But if you don't make Europe, and then you see Leicester City went to Europe and then they couldn't sustain it, and these players on these big wages, and we all know what happened with Leicester City. So I don't want to see Chelsea in that situation. So I have no problem, with what they're doing.
Well, spot on, well taken. Yeah, I think that's the direction we should go about, rather than just putting players on high wages. I mean, if we do that, how are we gonna sell them? I think only two transfers that concerns me right now is Enzo and Caicedo. If they don't live up to their potential, how are we gonna sell them to the same amount we got them for? It just coming back. As you said back then, everything was a bit easier with wages and finance and all that and so forth. But right now, everything has gone larger now. Everything is on high price, on high demand. And, one player is like now 170 million, So I think it just, as we and I think coming from where we've come from in the whole aspect of football, I think we just, with finance, I think we had a dramatic change, a big dramatic change. And I'm pretty much sure right now teams are just looking in a way of just buying young players and making profit out of it by selling them again, by putting more value into them and selling back to them. You saw the likes of Watford doing that. When Watford also came in 2016-17, they had the likes of Isasa, they had the likes of all those good players. Hooks now, who's playing for Crystal Palace. All those players, they were on high wages, but they resulted of selling them in a low price. Some ended up going for free, some ended up going 15 to 10 below. So if we go to that direction, I just don't want them to just lose players on low wages or low financial wages. We should be selling players on high prices, just like Real Madrid. They sell their players, they sell all the deadbeats from 50 to 100. They sold Casemiro for 70 million. What has he done? They sold who else did they sell? A lot of money. Varane. They sold Varane for 60 to Man United. What has he done? Well, yes, he did win the FA Cup. He did, but he got some injuries. But what has he done? So we should be in that caliber right now where we buy players, We make sure we put so much value onto them, we grown them. Then when it's time for selling them, we sell them at a good price. Instead of selling them for free, instead of clubs like Arsenal coming to us, just coming there for free, buying players on a free, Willian, David Luiz. I think we should, stock on that, stock on making value on our players instead of gaining profits from our revenue. Let's gain profits as well from our players. So I'm sure the owners see that now. I think they've started the football game, and yeah, I'm pretty much sure they actually know what they're doing with the players. So yeah.
The next thing I want to talk about real quick, because the Euros games are coming up, so we're not going to go for too long. And so the on the website, the Chelsea website, Charlie Webster, that we claimed that was going to be the next big thing out of Coven, he's leaving on a permanent transfer. Um, it's unfortunate that a lot of these young players have to go. We see a lot of players that leave Chelsea went on to do something great for their career, and some, we don't really heard of anymore after they leave Chelsea. And it's just a mixed feelings when it come on to these young players, because some live up to expectation and some don't live up to expectation. And this is one that I used to want to see get a chance in the Chelsea team because of the hype that used to be around him, that he's the next big thing. He went out there on loan in the Netherlands, and I heard reports that he didn't do that well. You know, so I don't know if you know much about him and what's your thoughts on him.
Is this Charlie Webster?
Yeah, Charles Webster. Yes.
Oh, yeah, great talent. I think, um, I think it just needs a few more seasons to actually gain more experience. If nothing really happens, please sell him, because that's why I say this is that some people think I'm thinking negative, but it just saves someone's football career. So you know, if you see a talented player just get wasted like that, nah. So I just want him, taken care of. If Win Stanley can find an opportunity to make money from him, why not sell him? Sell him to a good club, sell him to Bolton, sell him to, even in Germany, sell him. And yeah, I think that as well, the directors need to also balance the things, the transfer out. They can bring in players, not a lot of potential players, but as well also ship players that that okay, I don't think this player is going to be here for too long for Chelsea Football Club. Maybe he'll be here for 2, 3 seasons. But yeah, I mean he didn't do well his first season though. I heard he didn't do well, but I'm just keen to see what he's gonna do next. If he doesn't do well, please sell him. They need to sell him. And yeah, yeah, great talent though. I really I've watched him play. He's a really good player. You know, I just want him to get game time and just gain a little bit of experience as well, so he can play good football. So yeah, that's my take on Charlie Webster.
Yeah, I see a lot of these young players is leaving for one way or another. Ian Matson always already left. So for me, it's not saying that all of these players gonna make it, because a lot of these players definitely not gonna make it one way or another. So the best of the best will rise to the top. That's how I look at it. So I think if they're good enough, they will get their opportunity. So hope for the best for them. So I've just saw a breaking news that Liverpool have made contact with former Manchester United target, Rabiot. That's the French midfielder. So I guess Liverpool is is trying to go in for Rabio. Um, I just saw it popped
Good
up, so
luck to
I
that,
just said,
though.
thank God.
Good luck to that because Real Madrid are eyeing on that too. So I mean, good luck to that. If they can hijack him from Real Madrid, I'll salute them. But excellent player, I love Rabio. I think I think because I also said this on a Twitter space and people were coming were just coming at me for this. And I was explaining this. I'm like, you know, since we have this profile that we have with signing players, why can't we balance it out? Why can't we sign one or two players that's well experienced enough to play, you know, league games, competition games, cup competition games, and also play and also buy 20 to 25-year-old potential players as well. You know, you can't just only buy potential young players and just leave out well experienced players. You know, I talked about Rabio. You know, Rabio came up into the picture, you know, everyone's like, he never had a good season. I mean, he was fantastic at Juventus, yes. One or two seasons, he never, you know, lived up to his expectations. But I think coming on towards his end of his career at Juventus, I think I could see, okay, one or two bits that he picked up his game again. And you could see he's linked to Real Madrid, now he's linked to Liverpool. Good luck, Liverpool, good luck. But this is a player that's, you know, people are trying to sign for free. And I mean, Chelsea's not trying to do anything with this. You know, he plays an eight, he can play six. We need a player that can play behind Enzo Caicedo, with Enzo or with Caicedo, well experienced. Someone that can also teach the young players as well. So I mean, that's another bullet that we're gonna have to dodge now. So it's crazy, but what an incredible player.
Indefinite, you're 100% correct. I don't see any team can win a major trophy without experience. You can have a very young team, but the team that is very young is experienced. Be playing 2 or 3 years together. It can happen.
Mm.
So but the way it would happen, that team would have to be playing together for at least 2 seasons. Gel together and understand how each other play, and then you can say that a young team can win. But without experience, I don't think so, because for me, like chopping and changing all these players in and out every season, not going to build a core. And for every team to challenge, you have to have a core, a solid core that can compete. So that's where the major problem lies for me, is because Chelsea right now is a very young team. I know that we can achieve greatness, but would it be this season? I'm not sure. Welcome to the show, Sir Bobby. How you doing, sir?
Hey, big up, guys. Sorry, I just saw the stream so late. I got in and I thought, okay, let me
I
try and
can't
see if
hear
I
you.
can join you. Can you hear
I
me?
don't
Can you
know
hear me
if
now?
it's, but big
Can you
up,
hear
so
me?
Bobby. Yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry, as I was saying, I just saw the stream. I just got in and I was worried that it would be late because you've been streaming for a while. But yeah, always a pleasure to join you. What's the topic? What are you talking about?
We can have your takes on it, because we were everyone is bigging up in the chat, Sir Bobby. We were talking about the Olise
Okay.
deal and the Williams deal, and the young player that leave Chelsea on a permanent deal, Webster, and the striker, and if a team can really win without experienced players.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, I'll take Charlie Webster first because it's a shame about him. But one thing we have to realize is, not every Chelsea Academy graduate is going to make it at Chelsea. Charlie Webster, he was good. How good was he? I don't know. I have my doubts whether he will actually hit the giddy heights But sometimes, unfortunately, a player like that may need to go away to develop even more, and may then find himself on an upward projectile vis-a-vis the likes of Michael Elise and not least to mention Musiala, albeit they left at a much younger age than Charlie Webster. But players do tend to, some of them go and from the academy go away and at least have a decent career, if not an exceptional career. I don't know. I don't have any regrets of this. What I always would like for the club to do would be any academy graduate sold should have either a buyback clause or a sell-on clause. Now, a buyback clause just quite simply means first refusal. A sell-on clause means we make even more money when the player gets sold off. So I hope they did that, but I'm not going to cry too much about Charlie Webster. Good luck to him, and let's see how that happens. Michael Elise, look, Michael Elise was a luxury. We don't need him. He's one of those that the opportunity seemed to arise after we had been after him for a year, and he's a very good player. Sorry, an ex-Chelsea boy. So why not go for him? But I'm glad that the club now is not getting bullied into paying silly money for players. Do you know what? Fine, we move on. And the other guy, Nico Williams, the same thing, looking for wages in excess of 250K a week. Those days are coming to an end with FFP, PSR, and then the new salary cap algorithm that's going to come in next season, next summer. Chelsea are stealing a march. As usual, we're always the first to do things, new ownership or not. This project is a futuristic project, and the fan base have to get used to that. The days of the marquee buys, the big money buys. Football never used to be like that. Never used to be like that. Suddenly, the first £1 million player in the name of Trevor Francis in the early 1980s marked the beginning of ridiculous sums of money for purchasing players and paying their wages. It was always on the up and up because any industry that is viable and marketable will always have ways of earning, making more money, and will always get inflated prices added onto it. It became fashionable almost to add ridiculous prices to good players. But now, what's happening with all this regulation is that clubs are being incentivized to go back to grassroots, either purchase young talent that they've scouted elsewhere in developing nations and developing leagues, or grow your own. I like the idea. I like what Chelsea's doing. And I think world football is in for a very big slap in the face from Chelsea because people are underestimating, and I'm glad they are, what these players can do. Yes, they've had one season in the Premier League of learning and developing, absolutely. But we always forget just how badly the injury list hamstrung and crippled this team. This is a top four team. They would have been, I'm 100% convinced, especially from the last six games of the season when players started coming back from injury and were not even fully fit, but at least bolstered the squad. I'm convinced they would have been top four. And indeed, from January, the beginning of the year, the form and results were top four. Apart from the embarrassment of the 5-0 against Arsenal, they were not losing games as much. They were winning games, and they were picking up points. So imagine what's going to happen. I think the issue here for Chelsea, even more than getting players in the transfer market, which they certainly will, is keeping players fit. Keep these players fit. Let's see what this new coach can do, which none of us really know yet. And I think we're in for some pleasant surprises. I really do. And if we must get somebody, to replace Olise, because we do have a lot of right footers that can play from the left, let's get somebody who actually does play from the left in the name of Somerville from Leeds, who isn't as expensive, and take it from there. If we have to get an Olise replacement, why not get him? I think we made it was I was looking forward to getting Elise. It's a nice player to have. It was exciting. But honestly, when the club decided, look, this money being banded around for this geezer is just way too much to waste, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Why spend huge break your wage structure, which is coming under control, which is coming into an incentivized structure, which is getting at par with PSR and FFP. Why break your wage structure for somebody that is really, let's have it right, isn't really quite a marquee? He's not in the French national squad at all. He's in the Olympic squad only. And he suffers from a lot of injury. We need to get ourselves a bit real and get away from this Roman Abramovich era mentality of sweetie jar fans. Anything in the sweetie jar we just want and pick just to feel good for the moment. And then the minute it doesn't quite work out, they become a financial burden to the club and then become a hit piece for the fans. So I'm not worried at all.
Anything you want to add to that, Marin?
Just with the Ulisse deal, I'm just happy that we didn't go a bit further with it. I mean, we were gonna no bank a lot of money for one player. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Coming from like we still need to rebuild as well from the back as well. Also, we need a striker with that. I think yeah, I know that there will be some fans in our fan base who will be still hacked about the Ulisse deal, but I'm just glad that we never went fully about with it. It just gives us another option for us to go for. Sir Bobby talked about Nico Williams, but he wants a wage on high demand, so that's going to be another consideration for us to look at. But no, like I said earlier on in the stream, um, the owners know what they do and what type of players they really want, so they have to speak to the directors. The sporting directors know. Win Sterling knows who they want, and I'm just hoping that they get the players that they need, the players that will fit Maresca's structure. So yeah, I think from the Olise deal, we just have to learn that not everyone will come to Chelsea. We just need to move on, move forward. We go and get another player, probably be more better than him. That's actually lesser waged more than him. Probably lesser than maybe 40, 30 million or so. I'm sure we can get a player like that. We just signed Willian. If he can give us, the same caliber as Olise, as we wanted for Olise, the same expectations for Olise, then why not? You know. So yeah, I'm sure from here we just go another route. I think our main concern right now, they should please get a striker. They should not stop focusing on the winger. Please get a striker. That's I think one big priority, a striker and a left back. If they can just get a striker, then I'm sure they'll be sorted out moving forward with their attack. So yeah, that's my take on Elise and transfers.
What I was saying earlier, Sir Bobby, before you come on, I was explaining my reason why I wouldn't take Elise or William of the same reason that you were saying. But I was going way back when the Italian Serie A was the best league in the world, and the way how they were splashing the cash on wages on these players for them to stay in the Italian Serie A, the likes of Juventus, AC Milan, Inter Milan, all those teams and where they are now. They all struggling financially. They can't even afford players. And I was telling them about where I think the game is going now about player trading. You know, the Todd Bowley, the first time they walk through the door, that's one of the main things they bring up about player trading. You know, they can't believe that the Premier League didn't do player trading or football in general. You know, where you can trade a player and take a player back and forth instead of being splashing so many cash on players. And I saw right now Juventus is doing the same thing because their lack of cash. They're trying to trade two players to Aston Villa just for the sake of one, you know, and I said Chelsea's doing the same thing, you know, with the Ian Matson. So you scratch my back, I scratch your back. That's how I look at it with the young player that Chelsea's trying to sign with the likes of Ian Matson going the next way. Chelsea gets some cash and they spend back some of the cash with Aston Villa. They make a profit back there too. So I think that's where the game is going. Merrin and I talk about it. So I would like to take your thoughts on that.
Yeah, you see, I didn't hear what you said earlier, but what I do know is that people that understand say the same things. You know, people that understands and look at the logic behind what's going on say exactly what we're saying without even hearing each other because it's just true. First of all, the swap deal situation, it's just, you know, the new owners are just clever. You know, you employ accountants to do this. Which accountant is employed not to maximize the financial capability of the enterprise with which they're doing the accounts? It's you're doing a bad job if you can't find ways for your employer to ply his trade, save money, and work within certain regulations to your benefit. That's just common sense. So more grease to their elbows, honestly. And you know, we've said exactly the same thing. You know, football. Yes, everything evolves. I accept that. But football, if you go back, I mean, it's beyond our years, but if you look at the history of football in the well, when it started, and then in the 40s, 50s, 60s, early 70s, it wasn't like this. There was trade of players, but it wasn't crazy, even though the monetary value was bigger because less money meant more, but still they weren't paying stupid money. You know, players would earn wages that were commensurate to your standard public servant, you know, in everyday life. Suddenly they became these super rich, super expensive individuals. Now, okay, we can say the way of the world moved towards that sort of thing, fine, but it's also a direction towards some sort of ultimate bankruptcy. A financial explosion often leads to a financial demise, just like you've mentioned that happened with the Italian Serie A. You know, in the 80s, they were the place where the money was. They were getting people like Maradona, Platini, all the top players for big money were going there. Then the bubble burst, you know, and they're now having to cut their cloth. And of course, COVID did more to them again. And honestly, PSR and FFP is putting the brakes on this big money players. Look what happened with the Osimhen deal. Nobody wants to spend north of 100 million anymore. I think Chelsea will be probably about the last club to do that with their Caicedo deal last summer. Nobody wants to do that. And I'll be very surprised if any club at any time in this transfer window goes and drops 113 million for Napoli for Osimhen. That's just exorbitant. Now, that doesn't mean to say he's not a good player, but people would rather save their club from legislative sanction than go and waste huge sums of money and cripple themselves financially. So those days are going. And what Chelsea is doing is leading the way, as usual. Clubs are following us, clubs are copying us. You know, we're looking for basic bargains, really, of affordable players. And by the way, who told you, you know, the proverbial you, meaning the general public, who told you that a player has to be a marquee player in order to be successful in your club? I don't know where we got this mentality that, oh, he needs to have been banging in goals for Real Madrid, or he needs to have been doing this and he needs to have been doing that in order for him to be a baller. Really? Malo Gusto played one season. First time he got on the pitch, he was balling. You know, there's examples of so many players that came from the relative nowhere and showed what they can do. Quality is quality. It doesn't hide. Now, quality may need a little bit of exposure and time to settle in the Premier League. Fine, I'll accept that because it's a new league, a whole new way of doing things. And I think that may be the journey of Esteval Williams. I believe when he comes next season, he may need that whole season to really get into the groove of the Premier League, just as Nicholas Jackson needed, and every player, Didier Drogba, you name it. But you don't have to be some big money player before you're worth a club getting and investing in. I'm a believer. I've got to say, I'm a believer in this project. I would be very surprised if it doesn't work. I really would. The only thing I'm not sure of yet is the coach, but I have faith in the sporting directors. They are football people. They should know what they're doing. But you know, the taste of the pudding is always in the eating. So we wait and see. But as far as the squad is concerned, Chelsea have a very, very good squad. They were not fit last season. They were not fit. None of them, none of the big hitters. Nkunku, Reece James, even Ben Chilwell most of the time, as usual, wasn't fit. Fofana, Wesley Fofana, Lavia. We were without all these key guys. Carney Chukwumeka was in and out, you know, mostly out. And we only got Chalabar back at the end of the season. Badiashile, unfit, more or less all season. So, you know, once these guys are fit, I think we're an entirely different proposition. And okay, we may need a striker. Okay, I think we do actually. Okay, some people are saying a left back. Yeah, I believe we do. Do you know what? We don't need much more. Maybe a goalkeeper, maybe not. I think we're at a position where if we don't get certain players, if we have a fit squad, we're not going to feel it too much. Everything else now is like the icing on the cake. It's not the necessity. So really, you know, fitness is going to be our bedfellow this season. We stay fit, we have an amazing season. We start all the shenanigans of last season, and of course, it's a struggle, and anybody would struggle with that injury load.
You still there, Marin?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
still
gonna
there.
go to you first, and then Sir Bobby can go after about this because what we're talking about now is just the fact, you know, the game is changing and it's changing rapidly, and we just have to accept it as fans because we have no control of it. You know, we just have to hope for the best and hope that it works out in our team, and for the best way, so we can probably be dominated for the next couple of years. These owners are signing all these young players, you know, taking all the best young players off the market, which is good. Some will make it, some probably won't. But the next big names that's coming up, and we're getting them off the market. So the likes of your Real Madrid, not say your Real Madrid, your Manchester United have to do a rebuild. Your Liverpool in some stage, you know, your Salah gonna go. You know, Man City, your Kevin De Bruyne, and all of these players gonna have to go apart one day. So Chelsea will be next in line. You know, with Arsenal, have a young team. In my point of view, that's how I look at it, and that's how I look. And in my point of view, that's how I think the owners are trying to build this team. So when those teams have to go through that rebuild, you know, all the next big names or the next talent won't be on the market. They probably have to settle for a mediocre player because we already got all the next big things off the market. And by then, these young players will have the experience where we can dominate it for at least 5 or 6 years before someone caught up back with us. and then we can do the cycle again. That's my take on it. I don't know your guys' take, but that's how I look at it. The way how I see the way they're moving in the market, that give me this type of feeling like the next big name off the market. So when you're Liverpool, your City, your United, when they all come in and have to go get a younger player, by then that younger player to get to his full potential, Chelsea would already through the door. So what you guys think about it?
Um, I mean that's fair business, fair about. Compared to like if it comes to dealing with young players, that's a good business because you also don't want your rivals to clinch on the players that you want, especially the players that you have scouted already. We have lost so many good players out there that we were linked to, Jules Nkunde, Kamavinga, Chouameni, all those players were linked to us, before they went to Madrid. So I think it's also a fair enough, you know, thing about what they're doing. I think trying to go buy younger players before um, them reaching to their full potential. I think as well, like we spoke about earlier on the stream, it's just financial reasons that just want to make profit out of it. Bring in a young player, groom them, then sell them at a hefty price. So yeah, I think that's fair enough. If Chelsea move into that direction, I'll be to that, but it shouldn't get into a point where they just have stuck full load of young potential players. They don't know what they're gonna do with them. Then just sell them, randomly out one by one. Probably one or two or three won't we won't get enough profit from them. But like what Bobby said, not everyone's gonna make it to the Chelsea team. So yeah, I think teams are just beating each other by just buying good young potential players, knowing that okay, if I can get this type of player, I'm sure maybe surely sure that I can bank him later on in the future. Now going back to the English Premier League teams, where it comes to like buying players and as well as the new coaches and as well as the project. I think every team have their different style of approach, different uh, direction as the way they go in. Man United, they have their different approach with Ineos. Um, Man City, they have a different approach with their directors and the Saudi guys and all of that. And Liverpool now signing a manager from Netherlands, they also have a different approach. So I think as well we're in a time where now teams are just stacking a lot of young players and just groom them and maybe try to bank them out. And maybe some of them end up being a Chelsea legend or Liverpool legend or Man United legend, who knows. But I think that's where the clubs are actually moving to that type of direction. Just buy young players, then selling them. I think I think it also benefits from their financial reasons as well. But it will also get into a point where now getting stock load of potential players now having to sell them on the price that you've bought them is gonna be a huge risk. So yeah, I think that's my one take on transfers of young players as well. So yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. Um, That's just it. The cycle is going right back to how it was when we were having clubs deal with grassroots. Only the globalization of the world has made the obtaining of grassroots players international, and of course with with the cost of living in the world and the cost of anything good in the world, there is a wager on it. Trouble is, because they're so young, they cannot command, certainly not at the moment, these ridiculous 100 million wage tags and stupid massive wages to go with it. However, they're expensive enough because Chelsea is paying well, it's not a cheap sum for Esteval Williams or any other of these Brazilian youngsters that they've got. But the thing is that they are future proofing this team. Whether they buy many of them, few of them, it doesn't matter. And that also doesn't discount the Cobham boys as well, because the Cobham boys, if you're good enough, you will step into the Chelsea first team squad, as they have shown. If you're not quite good enough, you go on loan, and if you're seen not to be making it too much, we sell you for pure profit, just as we've done with Charlie Webster, just like we're doing with Ian Martson. Look, this is business. Football at the end is a business, and the PSR and FFP have made it that clubs operate as a profitable business. In the same time, future proof yourself for success, which is what Chelsea's doing. Now, whether it's with the mind of stealing a march for purchasing all the top young talent before the others that have to rebuild do so, maybe slightly, but I'm not sure that's their main focus because talents come all the time. A new star is born nearly every day. So it's just your scouting system has to be good enough to find them. So I'm not quite sure if that's it, but I tell you what, when this lot all come through the Chelsea ranks, whether it's with the sister clubs and like Strasbourg and so on, if the ones that are being sold, they will certainly be sold for a handsome profit. That's the whole purpose of all this. So it's a good model. It's a good model. It's a business plan. But you can only understand the business plan if you let go of the Abramovich era completely and stop thinking that way. Roman will see somebody 100 million, 150 million, no problem. I want him, I'll get him. 300K a week wages, no problem. We'll do that. And, these days have to be gone. Madrid were doing it, City were doing it, Man United were doing it, and probably still is to a certain extent. Although even they have started to put the brakes on and are trying to offload these high earners that they have, these ridiculous wages they're paying. Nobody fancies that anymore. Arsenal, they used to pay, well, they pay big wages, but I think they're trying to slow down, and certainly Liverpool's trying to slow down. So, and Newcastle also, everybody is under the cosh of regulation. So football is changing. The layer of the land is looking different. And we as fans have to be sensitive to the future proofing of what the club is doing and not despair because it's a totally different approach to football.
Well said,
Yeah.
Bobby. By the way, big up as well, everyone. I I joined earlier, but then I got disconnected. So yeah, but it's always a pleasure
Big up
to
time.
yeah, when Bobby's on, and you both said a lot of valid things, 100%. You know, and one of the main things that we have to consider when it comes on to these things is that as Bobby said, we have to understand that football, more than ever, even if people don't accept it, it's always been like that. It's a business. Um, and even now, people, a lot of clubs, it's not just Chelsea, are looking to minimize their wage bill. They don't, I think the days where you're gonna take the risk and give certain players, for example, 250,000 a week salary, that's going to be cut out, because we've seen that football has evolved. A lot of players don't hit their greatest potential, whether that's because of their poor choices or simply injuries hamper their careers and they never get to achieve or get to that level that they perhaps were back to get to. So it's unfortunate, but that is the reality. And as Bobby said, one of the things that we have to remember is that if a player is good enough from the academy, you get an opportunity because it obviously within a business, you're not going if you can minimize the amount of spending that you have to do and you can invest in what you already have, then you're obviously not going to go spend unnecessarily. So obviously, if the players that we have in the academy can step up, they can impress, they can prove themselves, then obviously that helps Chelsea in the long run. We don't have to be going into the transfer market every summer and trying to reinforce in this area of the pitch because we'll have those options. So, in terms of going for young players, it's not completely bad. Well, I'm going to try to rephrase that. It's not bad in a sense because you're it's risky, but you're also investing in potential, investing in the fact that these players, some may be raw, but they're gonna have that mentality of okay, I need to succeed at this club. I need to prove that my age doesn't define who I am. And we've seen that. We've seen players, and not everyone can do what Cole Palmer would have done, but it's not a rarity. It's the fact of the matter is that in order for some players to have been recognized, they would have had to be given the opportunity by that club that they were signed from. So it's not really something that is supposed to be unexpected, but it's been a while since you can say that certain players surprised in their first season where they're getting that opportunity to play competitive games in full swing, and Cole Palmer would have proved that. But there's also been other options. We can always look back at the season where we had that transfer ban and we turned to the youngsters. I'm sure not many fans would have expected that the players would have done as well as they did. To finish in top four with a team that it was a mixture of some players that would have had some level of experience of winning um, things, winning whether it was a Europa League or winning the Premier League, and then mixing that with some young players that were learning as well, some that may have been loaned out to championship clubs and then to come up to the top flight leagues, and to come up with those numbers, it was impressive. So I believe that it's something that you have to consider. And I was making this point previously before you guys joined that it the structure that we're seeing under the new ownership, it's not something that's necessarily new. And I made mention of the fact that we would have gotten a transfer ban due to the fact that we were investing in a lot of youngsters. That's the sole reason, or one of the main reasons why we were. So it's not a structure. It's not a strategy that's just been conjured up by the new owners, and it's something that we've never seen before. It is. The only difference is that it's at a level where we're seeing it more than what some fans would want. They would prefer to see more experience, and I understand that. But as coach would say, experience doesn't mean that it has to do with age. Age doesn't equate to experience. You can have experience from a very young age, and by the age of 23 or 24, you have enough experience to offer a team whatever experience that they're in need of. So it's so I try always not to use age as a ruling, or is something I use to judge or to determine if a player is actually worth taking a chance on. So I think that's one aspect that we have to always remember, because these young players could surprise you. We've seen it before, and it's that takes you being optimistic and having hope that that will be the case. Obviously, it's a situation that some fans are not used to. But I mean, football is evolving. A lot of clubs are investing in younger players, so it's not something that it's abnormal. And Chelsea are doing something that has never been seen before. It happens in numerous leagues. It even happens in the English league as well. So it's just about adjusting and adapting to the new normal and accepting that Chelsea are under a new era, and the strategy will be different from what some fans want.
Yeah, what you guys said, well said. All I have to agree with all of you. What you guys said. But I just saw this news popped up. That Alfonso Davis is not a priority for Real Madrid anymore. Do you think that we should at least try to go in for him?
The problem with somebody like that is the same problem with Nico Williams' wages. He would be a nice buy, but what would he be looking for in wages? I seriously suspect that he would feel that after leaving Real Madrid, he would be leaving for probably even more money than he's getting there. And you see, this caution with expenditure is everywhere. I think part of the reason Real Madrid don't fancy him anymore is because of that reason. He wants more money and they don't want to be shelling out more money. Yes, they're spending silly wage money on Mbappe, but that's because they did a deal that meant that they didn't have to purchase him. So he came on a free, and everything that they were going to spend is all part of his transfer compensation or whatever is the money they give them for transferring on a free. I've forgotten the name of the term, but so Alfonso Davis, yes, I don't think he's that old, and I think he's good enough, but. I don't see us going down that road. I'm hearing of Jonathan David. Now, he was a player I really liked a couple of years ago. Now, he's only 24 now. He seems to have been in football forever. That's because he started so young. Now, his stats are commensurate with Nico Jackson. Nico Jackson is going to be a very good player. I really believe that. So, whether he will rotate with him as a top striker, whether he'll complement him, because he's a goal scorer. Not very good with his head, but he's a goal scorer and he's an international. I don't know. I'm hearing we're sniffing around him. But Alfonso Davis, I'm not sure we will lay out that money in wages. You see, you have to understand that we are now operating a performance incentivized wage structure, starting with young players on relatively moderate wages and building up from there. And also with the bonus of qualifying for bigger competitions, winning bigger competitions, there's bolt ons to the wages. Now, that wage structure even embraces the coach. I don't see the club suddenly turning around and breaking it for anybody. Can you imagine what it will cause in the dressing room? Even what it will cause to the coach. So they're not going to do that. If he's asking for that 250K upwards, even 200K may be a bit much. He'll have to settle for the incentivized structure. And I think the greedy man bug has bitten him. He may be hanging around for somebody else to come who might be happy to pay him silly money.
Yeah. As Bobby just said, that is very true. And I just looked up his age as well. He's 23. He'll be 24 later this year. He's another player that you can say has been around for a while now. So you probably expect him to be older. So yeah, so when you look at his age, that in itself, it's not like he's around 28, 29, where he'd be probably open to a lower wage, which is something that probably would make him not be a top option in that aspect. But as Bobby said, he would be a good option to have. But based on what he's done at Bayern Munich, what he's achieved, to for him to come to a club, for example, like at Chelsea, and then have to go through a situation where he's probably going to have to accept a incentivized salary, it's going to be something that probably turns his head away from any idea of a move, because he's not going to perhaps accept, or that, well, then again, that's an assumption. But based on the pattern, and based on the direction that football has been going in, it wouldn't be surprising if that is the case, where you'd probably expect to be getting around 200,000, 250, because he's still very young. It's not like he's looking to to close the curtains on his career. So it's not a case where it would be likely that he'll be willing to do that, unless for some reason he's willing to do that because he simply just wants to leave. It I don't see it as a feasible option, unfortunately. I would definitely take him because he's young, he's quick, and those are the attributes that would 100% help this team, albeit the structure, the system, and the tactics that we're apparently going to be using. It's not about quick flowing and free flowing football, but more of possession and trying to retain the ball and having it so that you can restrict your opponents from being able to hurt you. So that is one aspect, but I don't know. I unfortunately don't think it's feasible, because his age and also what he's done at Bayern Munich is he's probably going to expect to be getting a salary that is in parallel to that.
Yeah, as in President say, Jackson is a left winger to him. Ty, you and Sir Bobby, Sir Bobby, you can go first. We're linked with five strikers. I don't know if you see the five strikers that we're linked with. You got the kid from Barcelona, the one from Atletico Madrid, the one from Aston Villa, that's Duran, and one that I haven't seen Ty do a video on yet. Um,
Who?
Max.
Well,
There's a new kid on the list. He's from playing Germany, I think. So Maximilian something or another, if I pronounce it correctly.
I think I know you're talking. Who did you say I didn't make a video on?
Oh, this kid, the Maximilian kid, and
Oh,
the one we just talked about, David,
Jonathan David.
Jonathan David. So
mm,
Jonathan David may not be a bad shout. He won't cost a lot of money. His wages won't be ridiculous coming from Lille. And he's within the age structure. He's 24. The other
mm.
two, we need to be a little bit cautious. The guy that was a make that is coming and is a sort of smart make weight to the Ian Martson deal. I don't know if he's coming to the first team. People are saying he is, but I'm not sure if he is. He's coming as rotation. And who are the other two? I don't know. Maybe when they may be coming for the sister club. I don't know. We're going to be linked with all sorts, aren't we? We're going to be. It's transfer season. We're going to be linked with any um, striker that's available because everybody knows we want a striker, and we allow the leakage to a certain extent because we don't want anybody to feel they can hold us to ransom, and their striker is the only choice available to us. So um, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how it pans out. I don't have any particular preferences, but I must say Jonathan David may fit the bill because he's good. He's two-footed. He's a goal scorer, and I don't know what his close control's like, to be honest, but he does have a burst of pace. But as you said, we're not really playing that pace football, although pace is always important. Even if you are playing one-touch football, you need players with pace to run onto the ball once it's played behind. So I don't know. I really don't know where we're going. But all I know is that whoever we get will be a choice of the sporting directors, will be within our wage structure. And if they're outside of the age bracket, they won't be too far outside of it.
anything, Ty?
Um, sorry, I kind of missed the question.
All right, give me a second. Let me see if I can bring the players up that we're linked with. These are the five players that we're strikers that we mainly link with. I don't know if you can see it clearly.
Mark, I've I did not hear about that one. Mark, what? I don't even know the pronounce her last name.
Guru or something like that. That's why I didn't try to
Yeah,
pronounce it earlier.
yeah.
You notice I run from it. I didn't want to butcher his name. But these are the
Mm,
five strikers that we'll link with. But for me, David is the most experienced one. I don't know
mm,
nothing much about the rest, to be quite honest.
yeah. You know what I find so interesting about all of that though? Let me before I say what I'm gonna say next, let me actually do some research. Because I was about to say that based on that list, Samu Modelon, he's 20 years old. And then when you go down, you realize that it's the age of those players are very close. And then at the bottom you have Jonathan David, who's who well he would have started around that age as well. But when he went to Lille, so I think in that aspect, as Bobby is saying, and as I think Mario was saying the same thing as well. Um, he's the most experienced out of that list. He's obviously been around long enough to have been competing at a professional level. His numbers have been slightly inconsistent, but in the most recent season, it's not looked bad. It's very close to what the Nicholas Jackson numbers as well, but I think Jackson probably had just slightly less amount of goals than he would have had. But yeah, I think based on the structure that we have, and as Bobby said, he would fall in under that category as well. He's just 24. So you get a mixture of a player that is experienced, but he's also not too old for the structure that we're putting in place. So in a sense, he'd be the better option. His numbers aren't poor. What I do know about him is that he's I think he plays for Canada. I think he was born in the US, but he plays for Canada. But in terms of his player profile, the type of player that he is, he's a player that is tight knitted. He loves to connect well with his teammates. So that is an aspect that would work well. He ticks those boxes. He has gotten assists for Lille, and he's also been that type of player that when you have him in your team, it does facilitate you having fluidity. So it's not a case where he's just gonna be a traditional striker where you just get the ball into him and he's just supposed to convert. He's an important part of the build up. So that's always gonna be something that's positive in any team. And based on the direction that Chelsea are going in, that would make him a, a positive player to target. But I know I've made two videos on two of those options, Duran and Samu, and in all honesty, neither of them it really excite me. I'm not incited by any of them. I don't feel um quite optimistic with any of those two. I have seen reports that the interests have cooled in both. I'm not sure if that's true, but I did see some reports saying that the interests have cooled and that we're looking at other options. I mean, and then David Ornstein, I believe, said that Jonathan David is actually an option that we're considering. I know he's been mentioned. When I think every time I hear the name Jonathan David, I believe it reminds me of DJ. DJ loved to mention him. I remember the Champions League winning season, he kept mentioning it. But yeah, I think I think it's a good option. that it's not a risky decision. It's less risky, I would say, than going for a Duran or a Samu. I'm not acquainted with the Mark. I'm not going to pronounce the last name. Not really acquainted with him or the Maximilian. I know a bit about Maximilian because I know he I think his parent club is Uffenheim, and he's look promising. He looks like a promising player. Like he could come good in the future. He has quality. I give him that. I think he's 6 foot tall, so that helps. Is he has the height, but I've learned that height doesn't equate to a player being successful. A lot of players are tall, but they're not early. And in terms of Maximilian, he still needs to improve in that aspect. But at the end of the day, as the pattern goes with these players, the first 4 players, they're young. They're players that they still have some raw talents that obviously needs to mature, and they need to continue to develop as players. But it, as I said before, it's about investing in the potential greats and players that could actually come good in the future. And it's just about if they can go on the right trajectory and they can become great players. But in my opinion, if I had to choose from any of those options, I would say Jonathan David because I'm more acquainted with him because he's been around longer and his numbers speak for itself. I think his numbers aren't mind blowing where you say okay he scored 38 goals and this that's not the case. And I would generally prefer players that haven't scored um a high amount of goals because we've tried that, we've done that, and it's not worked out. So I guess I think the more logical thing to do is to invest in players that haven't scored a high number of goals and their target is to get more goals. I think that has worked out for us more than anything. If I look back at the history of Chelsea, it's I think on the rare occasion you probably would have signed some players in, that were putting up some impressive numbers and it translated to Chelsea. But other than that, I do believe that a lot of the players that we've signed that have succeeded, they haven't scored a lot of goals. When they came to Chelsea, that's when they actually started to give more and to impress and to develop on those goal or assists that they may have gotten.
Anything you want to add to that, Sir Bobby?
No, I totally agree. He's right. I think it could be worth trying a less popular striker who's on the up, but not really sort of grabbing all the headlines. I think that's the one that will probably work very well for us.
Yeah, what Ty said, it's 100% correct because the big money name, earlier I was telling Jersey and Marin, like for me, I don't care if the striker is for $1 or $2 or a pound or we take a play off the street, as long as they can put the ball in the back of the net, that's what Chelsea really need. It doesn't have to be $100 million striker. It's about someone to put the ball in the back of the net, and someone is out there. It's just the scouting system have to search and find the right one. And we were talking earlier too about the likes of there's someone come in gonna block the likes of your Washington and your Whisper, but Whisper is out injured. I get it from a source, a reliable source that he got a knee injury and he's probably gonna be out for at least 6 months. No, sorry, not 6 months, 6 weeks. With the injury,
Oh
they're not
my.
sure how long it would be. Huh?
Well, when you said 6 months, I was like, oh geez. When players get an injury for that period, they never return the same player, or it's difficult for them to come back the same player. So that's good because I was wondering why he wasn't even for the Reggae Boys team, I was wondering why he wasn't there. But I'm not gonna really mention the Reggae Boys because man, still trying to recover.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be Richmond in America said 6 to 8 weeks. Yeah, that's what yeah,
Yeah,
he's gonna
that's
be
still.
out for a little bit. It's not that serious though. It's just a recurrent injury that they just decided the best step is just to get rid of the problem because I think when he was playing over there in Jamaica,
Oh, is he
he
going to
got
have surgery?
yes, but it's
Okay.
not nothing
Oh,
major because he was
okay.
playing, but they said the knee after certain games, like it will be like a little swollen and stuff. So
Okay.
it's just a little like probably got a chip on his knee or in the inside of the knee or something like that. So it's just something to really fix. Nothing major that he couldn't play, but I guess he just have to keep on icing it for the swelling and stuff. So they're just trying to get rid of it before it got worse. So it's more likely it's just a couple weeks to recover and then a couple weeks to get back on the grass to get fit. So I think that's just it.
Yeah, because he's a good player. And, I really like him, and I think he has a big future. So he doesn't need anything to stunt his development right now.
Yeah, it's nothing major, and that's because his agent a friend of mine was talking to his agent, and that's what he come back and tell me. So and then I saw it on another platform. So then I can realize that it's just something that's really happening for real. But the thing is that I heard about it too. That Chelsea was really upset about it. So because he get called up for the Jamaican national team, and they said if he went to the tournament, the Copa America tournament, they said they would find a way to terminate the contract because they didn't want the situation to get worse. They rather fix it from now than something happen down the line. So it seems like they got big hope and faith in this young player, so they definitely pull him out of that tournament. So right now, that's just what we heard so far towards him.
Yeah, his ceiling is very high, and I'm glad they did because he needs to allow his development to help him reach his potential. He's a very good player. So I'm glad. Let him get the treatment he needs, heal up, and get back on the horse because the competition is fierce out there and he can't afford to fall behind. Not at Chelsea.
You're right. I'm gonna show it to you guys. Anything else you want to talk about before we wrapped up? Because the Euro game starts in the next 20 minutes, and I know you guys want to go watch the game. Twice myself. So, anything else you guys want to talk about before we call it a day?
No, not from me. It's good. I'm glad I managed to catch you at least at the end.
I really appreciate it, sir, all the time. As I was saying earlier, me and Ty, we finally reached the stage where our channel is getting monetized. So, we give thanks, to each and every person that's supporting us.
Yep.
Congratulations. That's excellent. Fantastic. It really is.
Yeah. I personally, I can't think of anything else. There's been a lot that's been discussed. It's been over 4 hours, albeit I wasn't on it for 4 hours, but I think you guys discussed a lot of things, so I don't think there's anything else. These just, as you said, Euros. I think that probably takes precedence these days. So I think that's about it.
I want to say thank you to all the viewers and all the subscribers, and you guys watching this. Go check out Ty YouTube channel, Chelsea Session, dropping video over there daily. That's one of the most video that I watch. Our channel I watch in the morning on my way to work. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Well, not daily. I make videos daily, but I don't upload daily because, the there's so little that you can talk about with Chelsea right now, so I have to spread the videos out over a 2 day period.
Yeah, but those video keep me awake when I'm going to work that early in the morning. To be honest, watching those video and keep me up to date. So I really appreciate it. And thank you, Sir Bobby, as always, to tune in. It was a good talk, and hopefully we can get some more details of a goalkeeper, especially in the striker that we're gonna get, and hopefully it's the right choice this time. So I want to say thank you to each and everyone that joined the stream. Who is on X and who is on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for the love and the support, and continue to support the community, this wonderful community of Chelsea. So thank you guys. Peace.
Coming from a bad place, oh yeah. Tryna be a better me just for you. But it ain't easy, it's hard to get used to. Minding my own business, I'm not worried about what he do. Cause nowadays, all the niggas that be see-through. I always said this is that I'm staying around people. Finding my own path like I'm writing my own sequel. Two-faced people all around, they be evil. 2021, you can never trust nobody. Good and bad thoughts on my mind, they be crowded. Push a nigga past his limits, then he see he bought it. Family work hard, but I never